age and of an age. When it comes to, once again, adolescent and young adult men, they absolutely are far more likely to die because of murder at the hands of another black male. Like literally, other black males are the leading cause of death for young black men.
I think we just gotta start running for office. I think it's more black men. There's like a lot less black on black violence because we don't bother black politics. We don't do political killings. That's what white people do. So black males
too busy killing each other. That's totally fucking bullshit. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You guys literally enslave each other. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't do political violence.
No, you stupid faggot. I literally said that the number one cause of death.
You said that. He didn't say it.
Amazing.
You said that.
I know. The number one cause of death for young black men and black boys is murder. It's not for white boys.
No, it's not. It's diabetes, it's stroke.
No. It's heart disease and diabetes and all that shit once you get to advanced age, you fucking retard.
White people don't have a true culture.
It's suicide. That's the number one causes to like younger men dying is diabetes. Still, I know you think that it's only fucking older people that got diabetes. No, diabetes, strokes, and fucking suicide is the leading causes for young.
No, it's not. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I know, man. Come on, dude. Have an actual conversation about something instead of this shit, dude. Come on, dude.
No, Pepe, I
Come on,
agree
man.
with you.
Do something
But
different.
also, isn't there a correlation with more black people being a part of the Democrat Party? So that's the point I was trying to make.
There's a correlation of Pepe's statistics and hating black people.
Okay, how about you stupid goddamn crowd. Somebody move that filthy fucking cracker back to where he was, the fake billionaire. Amazing. Fuck you.
So, Pepe, I have the exact numbers.
Why do you have to call people so many names, man?
Pepe, here it out. Yo, I got the exact numbers if you want.
Yeah, okay, but
All right, 15 to 24-year-old males are significantly higher. It's a leading cause for 15 to 24-year-old.
black or white or all?
For black males, 15 to 24 is the leading cause is homicide amongst African Americans. It's the leading cause.
Amazing, proof my point.
So the exact comparative numbers for 2023 aren't specified in the data I found. Historically, the homicide rate for black males that age has been over 70% higher than their white counterparts.
And what is the leading cause of death for white males? 15 to 24. Hold on, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I'm curious, like, what is the leading cause of death from 15 to 20? He's looking it up. But, like I said, he said 15 to 24. Now, this is a statistic that has been, it's been solidly trending. It hasn't changed too much. We're the leading cause of death for young black men and older boys. It's been homicide. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's obviously not white people killing them. It's them killing themselves.
Bro, where did y'all find this nigga Ken from, bro? Niggas need to beat Ken ass. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, Ken, bro, this shit was just embarrassing.
Yeah, I know that.
I found the stat, bro.
Okay, I got the answer. So it's hold on. It's unintentional accidents, like motorcycle accidents, car wrecks, all that type of stuff. Secondly is a suicide, and then number 3 is homicide.
I thought sucking cock was number 1.
So
So your first inclination is to beat up somebody for reading off facts? Like you have the inclination for violence?
Huh?
Somebody said they wanted to beat up Ken because he read off some statistics.
Oh, I mean, they can come fuck with me. I'm 6'4", 260, and I stay strapped. I got over 100 fucking firearms, and I'm trained to bring it the fuck on.
Whoop-de-doo. Let's go.
What doing, son, please?
White people, they did a great job.
Shoot him, motherfucker.
niggas.
I'll show you a shooter, motherfucker.
I hate niggas. I hate crackers.
He ain't gonna bust you.
No, I'm worried about our general
I
public.
don't miss when I shoot, bitch.
Just like you, just looking at the fact that you all did a decent thing today. You all had a great revival.
Throw some hands.
No, I'd rather shoot you.
What I'm curious about is when do we see you, Black? Okay, shut the fuck up, Big and Rich. Okay, when?
Just
Okay,
funny.
look, there is nobody, and I'm gonna be very blunt about this, and you guys all know this. Whether you're black, whether you're a tranny, whether you're gay, whether it didn't matter what your orientation was, if you would have gone to like Charlie Kirk's event, you would feel safe. You know this. I know this. Now, because you guys wanted to make this a race issue, when it comes to the average, everyday MLK parade, you guys are on high alert. You guys know some shit's about to pop off. It's a lot different. I mean, dude, like when it comes to like conservatives, we're so much different from you people. I'm talking about blacks and whites. We're so much different, and it's and like hearing a lot of the black people on here, which I would consider radical. You guys know what would go down on the average MLK day or parade in whatever black part of town you live in. There's going to be some ghetto drama, which involves gunfire and deaths.
Why did you guys call me black when I was speaking?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's that trailer park. That's that trailer park shit that these niggas don't pick up.
I just have a question.
Yeah, it's a lot of white demons. It's a lot of white demonic energy that came from the the 60s and beyond, and this has flowed into the black community. I don't know when black people started doing this to each other. I mean, this is what white people used to do, just mind their own business. They used to just get out and fucking bother black people. Now it's at certain black people in certain.
Yeah, these niggas weird.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, these niggas
Hey, we need to like cleanse that shit off with y'all. Some bad energy, dog. It's some bad energy.
That's because we are getting sick of you niggas too. You guys are fucking it up for us.
Oh, and that's a black man saying it. Oh, y'all fucked.
Be black like that. I don't know what niggas you think. Every nigga I know.
We're tired of trying to live peaceful lives.
Who is the where though? I'm trying to identify. I don't really understand what you are, brother.
Okay, so here, I hope you understand. If you just shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn
Okay,
seconds.
bitch. Go ahead, bitch.
Let me PTR this for a second. I'm gonna show you what I'm right now. Let me put it on my PTR real quick and I'll show you. Where is it at? Okay, boom, right there. Go ahead and PTR, man.
I'm tired of niggas like in the roof.
So if you PTR, trap, shut your dread head, skinny jeans wearing ass up. So if you PTR, that's my cousin right there. That's what we're tired of. My cousin was a decorated Vietnam veteran. If you read that article there, he was gunned down, shot in the back of the head while he was driving. Okay, and if you look at the description, it's a 14 and 50-year-old. Wasn't a white boy, wasn't an Asian boy, wasn't a Hispanic boy, wasn't a Ku Klux Klan member. It was niggas like y'all. So that's what we're getting sick of. We're tired.
I'm Nigerian American. It was that
niggas like
Nigerian American, you're the one fucking worse. You sold your own people, you piece of shit.
I hate niggers and crackers. I hate everybody. I hate everybody so fucking much.
I agree on the equal opportunity hit.
So do we not think that these same crimes are occurring inside other communities?
They're not at the same rate, trap. Not at the same rate, trap.
Fuck the rate. Fuck the rate. Because if we talk about race, more white people are in poverty. More white people are doing this and that. So fuck the rates.
13.5% of the population. It's actually 3.7. Hold on, let's see. I got this real quick. It's actually 3.75% of 14 to 40-year-old black males make up 54% of all homicides in America. 3.75% of the fucking U.S. population makes up 54% of all homicides. So that means if black men decided to go back to fucking Nigeria tomorrow, we would have 54% less fucking homicides in America. And if all the Hispanics went back, we we would have an additional 24%. We'd be down fucking 78% lower in homicides if blacks and Mexicans fucking just left. Like just 14 to 40-year-old men, or they could just stop killing themselves, or they could just stop killing themselves. Oh, the Holy Spirit hates you, got you in the Matrix. You in the blender, dude. MOG, you in the Matrix.
You automatically join the club or something.
No, I'm saying just stop killing each other. That's what Charlie Kirk was literally saying. That's literally what Charlie Kirk was saying. When a black man came up and said, Charlie Kirk, why are you racist? Why do you hate black people? And he said, I love black people. I love gay people. I love Hispanics. I love everybody. I want them all to come to Christ, and I want black men to stop fucking leaving their fucking kids. I want black women to stop aborting their babies, and I want young black men in the inner cities to stop killing each other. That's what he's saying. And they're like, oh, he's such a white supremacist.
Okay, so hold on, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. So the question I would ask is this, okay? We saw the memorial for those of us that watched this. Do you think that whether or not you were white, let's say you're a black person who ended up going into the State Farm Stadium, do you think that if a group of white people were to fuck with a black man, that anybody in that crowd would have been okay with it? That they would have not stepped in? I'm just curious. I have my answer.
Wait, say it again?
Okay, Charlie Kirk's memorial service. You had anywhere from 100 to 300,000 people that were there. But in the arena, I don't know what their capacity was. Do you think that just in that company, that if I or somebody else or anybody was going to prey on a black person because of the color of their skin, that we would be able to do so without any kind of pushback?
We would all beat your ass for doing so, Pepe. Every white person, every black person, every Hispanic person who follows Charlie Kirk would beat your ass for fucking with a black person at any of Charlie Kirk's events. I mean, they've had it before. They've had it in multiple situations where a black person comes up and says, fuck you, you racist piece of shit. And then, like, everybody's face calm. They boo him and shit, and even Charlie Kirk would say, I know, but here's the thing. Charlie Kirk would tell the entire crowd, hey, let's be nice, let's be kind to this person, allow this person to speak. And they shot him for it.
Yeah, but so this is the thing, though. It's like when it comes to Charlie Kirk, any of it, if I was to fuck with people and, let's see, really racist shit, I cannot see myself being welcome amongst that crowd. Like, they're not those people.
Bro, stop that shit, bro. Y'all niggas be acting like, bro.
Bro, just by listening to Trap, you've never watched a full Charlie Kirk video.
Any motherfucking ways, but stop that shit. You'll be perfectly fucking.
Trap, can you be intellectually honest and tell us right now that you've watched? Hold on, Trap. Can you tell us?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So I'm somebody. Pepe, as racist as he is, you guys would love to call me like Hitler and all of that stuff. If I saw like a black guy being chased on because he's black at something at like a Charlie Kirk remembrance event, I would say like, dude, like, you guys go fuck yourselves. Like, leave this dude alone. He's on our side. He's showing his support. I would not allow it, and I would disavow any. Like, look, I've always thought like the racist thing is kind of like funny because I've always thought that people overreact to it, but at the end of the day, like my identity as far as being white, it's not really existed so much, except for like when I hear the left just like demonize us. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm proud to be white and amazing. I'm gonna piss you people off. But like on this app, even like most of the people that I'm cool with and that I'll mod up, they're not. A lot of them are not white. A lot of them are black. There's an identity, you know, and then some of the people that I really dislike on this app are white. Like there is, I do think that, and I think I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but I do think ideology matters over, you know, the color of your fucking skin. I think that the biggest enemies of people like myself are primarily other white people that think a lot differently than me. It's not black people. It's not racial minorities. But I do think you know, and I am a agitator and a troll and all of that stuff. You know, I'm not a uniter. I'm not a healer. I'm not Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm a piece of shit compared to him. I'm somebody who. What?
I said we all are.
Yeah, you know,
We out of that shit.
You are too.
Fuck no.
He cited fucking 80 million people who follow him globally
I don't
to
give a fuck
bring
about
people
that.
to conservatism, you
I don't
piece of
give a
shit.
fuck about that.
Conservative
He's in
Judeo-Christian
the hell all day
values.
long.
The same, hold on, Chap. The same values that your fucking grandmother espoused to you as a fucking kid, that you fucking denounce because you want to go out and get pussy and smoke weed.
I don't give a fuck.
Fucking low life.
You
Trap,
act
can
like
you spell
some
conservative?
racist fucking shit.
Trap,
Like the
trap,
judges
Trap,
shooting
can you even spell conservative?
Your grandma's rolling in her grave, bro.
Bro, you a black man. Calm down. If you can feel it, I can.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. He can. Sig did ask you to spell conservative. Can you spell it?
Bro, I know you want to watch two black men fight, but he's black. If he can spell it, I can spell it. The fuck is wrong with
Just
you?
spell
Just like
conservative.
you can spell it.
CONSER.
It's a lot more
V.
on your end of the world than mine.
Okay, you know this.
I know you might not know the stats for real, but it's a lot more hideous.
What is 8 times 7? What is 8 times 7?
What you talking about?
What is 8 times 7?
I don't know. This is not that type of party.
But I knew that in 3rd grade. And no,
56, come on.
we're raised differently, so you know I'm not gonna knock you. How do you spell Mississippi? Can you spell
How were
Mississippi?
you raised?
I did go to Catholic school.
That's not the majority of your community, though. Like,
Exactly.
So, like,
So I went to school that was like better than most of my community.
yeah. So, I mean, you're privileged. That's cool.
Amazing.
But
Can you spell
most of
Mississippi,
your
though?
community isn't. Most of your community is in poverty.
Can you spell Mississippi?
You remember, you guys are like broke.
Most of us are not in poverty.
Overall,
That's a lie.
broke as fuck.
No, that's literally
Yes.
nothing.
Overall, y'all broke as
In
fuck.
fact, even the black community overall in America is not poor.
I guess we still a minority. I mean, it's more.
He grew up in
it's
South
more
Carolina.
poor
You
white
can't
people than
expect him to spell
black people. Since we're a
Mississippi.
minority, remember? There's more poor white people than black people since we're a
Can you
minority.
spell Idaho? Okay, can you spell Idaho?
I mean, I guess I could, but it's not that type of party.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he can't. You know, this is mean. You know, my bad. I shouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, you can't expect too much about that. Carolina's a terrible place. Just saying.
But you see, that's what I was talking about ideologies and which commit more crime. Even if somebody doesn't follow an ideology, look at which cities and how they're governed, and the cities that are governed by the left, those are the ones that tend to have more crime because the people are just reaching. And the people that are being governed by the left, well, it's because usually the citizens vote them in. So, I mean, that's not always the case. Like, for instance, I'm in California. I'm a minority because I'm a conservative, and I do not vote for Kamala. But anyway, the thing that you see.
Y'all really think this shit is two different parties. Like, these people don't got the same agenda. Like, y'all really is that small-minded. Like,
You can't spell Idaho or Mississippi. Shut the
that shit don't
fuck
make no
up.
sense. That shit don't make no sense. How many times have you seen presidents or candidates go against each other? I'm talking about literally hardcore go against each other. And then in another goddamn picture or clip, you'll see them sipping coffee and smoking
I'm
cigars.
glad you watched
You
the YouTube
motherfuckers is
video,
like
you fucking
real-
tart.
Y'all y'all so intellectual that y'all became idiots.
You seem to think that I look at somebody like Gavin Newsom.
It's not no difference inside none of these sides.
No, you fucking retard. You seem to think.
It's alright. You'll understand one day. Maybe when you're 90.
No, I won't.
Difference inside
You subliterate piece of shit. I don't think you fucking understand. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay, now I gotta mute you because you're just fucking running your mouth.
You wanna mute a black man? I got it.
Yes, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of the black man. Absolutely, I have zero problems with
You
muting
also
the black
mute
man.
me too, and I'm white.
So, okay, like I can look at a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom, who I think is a very dangerous individual. I think he's a sociopathic piece of shit. He's a chameleon. I don't think he has any real ideology except for, he'll promote whatever values has to keep him in power.
Like a grifter.
Obviously, now when it comes to white people, like once again, people by and large that still hold the levers of power, in the United States. I mean, they're white people. White people, we do not agree with each other in a lot of shit. I mean, we can look at how they were going after Trump. We can look at who are the power brokers in America. Realistically, it's mostly white people fighting against each other, and that's who we fight with the most. I don't.
No,
Black people
here's the problem.
are not the main issue when it comes to the United States.
No,
Set
here's the
Dr.
problem.
Articulate there, that faggot.
It's literally
Unmute
big
Dr.
brains
Emily.
on small brains. So you have these people who come and then they say that they're running for this, they say that they're running for that, and then they let us, aka you guys, because I don't fall into this, I don't vote, I don't fit into none of that shit. Only thing I do is work a fucking job. You feel me? And pay my fucking taxes. That's it.
Pepe, can we move this one down to engage?
You feel me? I don't fit into none of that other shit.
Dr. Unbelievable one.
What they do is they come and then they try to create this illusion to the masses of the people and try to tell you that, hey, this side is better than this side, this candidate is better than this candidate, when in fucking reality, all of these people are friends with the same goal. Keep you broke people broke
Safe
and under
trigger.
them. It's literally
Amazing. And you know what?
it's literally amazing. So it's
Yeah, I'm bored of you. Okay. Who else wants to speak?
I think Dr. Unbelievable Truth wants to speak. Go ahead, Doctor. Oh, MOG, you're in the Matrix, bro. Like, really bad.
I understand. I'm friend. R.I.P. Forever. I don't know if you can hear me.
Thank you.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, MOG, your Obama funds breaking up, bro.
That's so sad too. Is that her son she's holding in that picture?
It is. Well,
Oh,
Eli.
God, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sick of this shit, man. I'm sorry, man, but these YNs and YBs, man, their days are numbered. Everybody's moving to the right. We're sick of this shit, bro.
Yep. Oh, Dr. Unbelievable, you want to say something?
He wanted to say. How's everybody doing today?
Oh, it's not Doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Doctor? Welcome.
Okay, yeah. Oh shit. The title of the room is, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Wait, before you start, Doctor, have you ever watched a full Charlie Kirk segment or not? Not the clips, just a full segment.
You said full segment?
Yeah, like a 1 hour video.
In the,
Hard. In its entirety.
I don't.
So that's enough.
I haven't really just sat there and watched the whole video since Candace walked and the rest of them stopped. But to me, honestly and truthfully, it was just a bunch of rhetoric, misinformation, bunch of skewed statistics. Have you
so you haven't seen it though, right? Well, sorry, Sid, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, if you have, I mean, you really didn't answer the question. Have you seen a full segment and clip?
You pretty much said that.
Yeah, I said yes. I said I like, but I was never fond of anything, you know, or Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum said, or what's the other one, Jordan Peterson. I just didn't.
I like Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum. He lives here in Phoenix. He's pretty cool guy. I've spoken with him before. I like him.
See, Brandon Tatum is a token black. So what? You know, and it's fair. You know, you don't have to be fond of anything Charlie Kirk said, and that's fair. That you're right. But is there anything from what you've seen that he stated that was objectively false? False. The way he threw rhetoric about black on black crime. Okay, what specifically was wrong about that? Well, he said he basically said the 1350 argument is false. The argument that black children
It's not false. You fucking.
black children not having their fathers around, that's false. These are all false narratives. Okay, so the black children having their fathers around, what's false about that? Do you have counter to that? He said black children don't grow up with fathers.
Oh, Stick, this is where he talks about that black men are kind of in their children's lives, but you actually have to look at children born out of wedlock, and then that actually explains it, that they're being born into households where the father's not 100% in the household. You know, they'll be like, oh, well, he comes over on the birthdays and like once a week, you know, it's like that's not being a dad.
I want to hear what he's got. Yeah, doctor, what makes that statement false? And another statement he made false about these black people committed most of the murder, that's false. If you look at the FBI crime statistic, we know who do most of the murders here in America. Pew violence. We know who are the biggest and the most active school shooters,
Bro, this is
church
black
shooters,
Stick. I'm trying so hard, bro.
You know, yeah, it's high time.
I'm trying really hard not to be racist. Like this is. He's
I
so
Hey, don't bite your tongue, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? It's high time we have a talk about white on white crime. It's getting out of hand.
The white on white crime. No, it's not. Hold on.
This is like when you talk to Alan about titties. He speeds up.
Hold on. Okay, if they look at the white Latino / Hispanic population in the United States.
White people so inherently black?
Okay. No, that's a baseless assertion, but like when it comes to white Americans, the non-Latino / Hispanic Americans, our homicide homicide rate is not much different from Western Europe, which has much stricter gun laws. It's just a fact. You can say that, like, oh, that's racist, amazing. But I would say it is something within other communities in the United States where it's different. Now, I'm somebody who grew up primarily in Arizona, where even kids, you know, when I was a kid, and I mean like even under the age of 10, a lot of us shot guns. I shot guns before I was 10. My dad took me out shooting. I didn't.
Training to be a serial killer, I see.
Amazing. We didn't look at guns as like this like superpower.
But that's false, y'all do. That's why y'all do.
It's not. No, but it's not as. It's not as.
It's crazy that
Oh my God, you
got
fucking
shot.
retard!
Hold on, the children-
Literally, the majority of you. No, hold on.
Y'all ain't up in arms about that, but y'all up in arms about Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
That makes sense. Children lost
Okay.
their lives, and y'all.
I'm trying so hard not to be racist. I'm trying so hard not to be racist.
20 minutes after.
Okay, you fucking retard. Once again, we can look at that. First of all, these
20
school
minutes after Charlie
shootings.
Kirk got shot.
These school amazing.
A white boy.
These school, okay, you just don't know how to shut your goddamn mouth. These school shootings, where you hear about all of these
by a white man.
kids that were no, not necessarily.
Predominantly white.
They were, yeah. So what ends up happening there, they're anomalous. Like literally, very rare events, and that
Motherfucking.
they're literally very rare.
Statistically,
to be killed in one of these shootings, to have that be your cause of death is very rare. Now, when it comes to
So what about Dylan Roof? What about people like him?
once again, very rare. That's why we're talking about him. He's very rare.
He is very rare. What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay.
Listen.
How many times? Okay, hold on.
He literally charged.
Okay, very rare. You goddamn retard.
It wasn't where. What a.
You're trying. I understand because like you're too stupid to even like understand the fallacy that you're committing. Okay, there's an appeal to empathy there. Now we agree that what Dylan Roof did was horrible.
Y'all didn't have no.
Now, amazing. So when I can think of Dylan
Black
Roof.
people was losing their grandma.
I can think of Dylan Roof. I think of the Buffalo shooter.
Dylan Roof was a piece of shit.
Amazing. Okay, you know what? If
Just
you,
like
since
Charlie
you don't know how
Kirk,
to.
I'm smoking on Charlie
Okay,
Kirk's
so
head right
since
now.
you don't know how to shut your mouth, you have to go to the audience because you just
Alright, shout out.
like literally you didn't want to engage in a debate. You just wanted to fucking run your fucking mouth. Nobody is going to look at Dylan Roof. He goes into a black church. Here's this goofy, autistic-looking white boy. He looks like he has problems. I would have looked at him and be like, wow, dude, you're weird. But these, just like I would if I was at church, I would say, no, we'll take him in. He's weird. Yeah, I get it. He's different. I'll accept him. And he did it. Then he did the unthinkable. The fact that he shot these people afterwards, I think it's horrible. There's no justifying it. There's no way to whitewash it. What Dylan Roof did was horrible. We can look at the Buffalo shooters attack. He's somebody that just started shooting colored people in the head. When I say colored, the reason why that popped into mind is one of the first people I saw him shoot in the head was a light-skinned mulatto woman. He starts going in shooting black people. There's one. Then he's going by the cash registers, and there's a white man. It's like, please don't. And he's like, no, I'm sorry, bro. And he spares the white man. That kid is a demonic piece of shit. Dylan Buffalo shooter, they ended up being found guilty. You don't see white people like me saying like, "Oh, well, it's a travesty of justice." Like, why? Why? His only crime is killing a Negro.
And you know what's so crazy?
You haven't heard me say that.
No, I heard it just now. But you know what's so crazy? Every damn thing that a white person can goddamn complain about right now in 2025, your founding fathers, your ancestors, the people inside the fucking history books that they made us read about, you guys created the concepts of it. They came inside your skin tone. You created the concept of gangs, all these hierarchies.
That's not true.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut up. Yes, they did. Nigga, shut up, nigga. They created all these concepts that we now fit into. So shut up. Shut up, because y'all gonna try to gaslight. I don't give a fuck. If we gonna give them the credit, give them the credit. Y'all wanna give
Hey, shut your fucking ass up. So, no, look up the Congolese Empire, you fucking numbskull. That's who started the shit. Look up the Congolese Empire. That's who started gangs. That's who started the fucking the brutality with blacks on black and treating blacks the worst, bro. Do some fucking research, you. Remind me too, Pepe. Hold on. I put in the chat. I don't know if you saw, but what has 6 arms, 6 legs, 3 heads, and says "Hody do, hody do do." 3 black guys running for an elevator.
I just want to say this, like, I'm not somebody who's going to put white people on a pedestal and act like we were, like, good people. Somehow, all of us, you know, in my everyday life, a lot of you will not believe this, you know, and I get it. Because I was kind of like a shock, had like a shock value on this app, but like when I first meet people in general, whether you're black or white, I can't. There's no let's just say it's only white people. I cannot tell what kind of person you are just glancing at you. I can see some cues where, you know, okay, well, you know, maybe this person feels a certain way or whatever. Maybe they're a potential ally. Maybe they're not. With black people, it's relatively the same. I don't. When it comes to judging individuals, now I do talk about group differences, but when it comes to individuals, it is so hit or miss with white people, and even with black people. I mean, look at my fucking history on the app. Like, this is what I find funny is like most of the black people, or not most of the black people, most of the people that I end up kind of having, you know, I end up becoming cool with, you know, still happen to be black. We're like more politically aligned. And then the people that, you know, I don't like are people that are black or white. And it's rather consistent. It's just people that are politically way differently oriented in myself.
Okay, so listen, me as a black man, I know y'all think I'm like uneducated, but see, you as a black man, you shouldn't be saying stuff against us without proper knowledge of it. Gangs right now, the modern term for gangs, you might be correct on. Like maybe we might fit into the majority of that. But gangs again, the concept of being in a gang, a group, the white man did create. And they called them many things before the modern term. A band of travelers in the 1630s, that's a gang. A set of workmen in the 1620s, that's a fucking gang. The shit that you talking about with the Congolese in the fucking 2000s has nothing to do with the Congolese.
You're retarded, gang.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out.
You're retarded, the gang.
Fuck out of here, nigga.
Gangs
Fuck out of
existed.
here, nigga. Don't piss me off, nigga. You better do more
Gangs
research.
existed in East. Okay, shut the fuck up, you fucking
You
faggot.
better do more research, think, before you start.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth.
Nigga.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Gangs
Bro, take the
existed.
credit for what you not.
if we look at shut
The
your
credit for
fucking
what
mouth.
you created, nigga.
Okay, I'm gonna move you to you if you don't shut your fucking mouth. Like, gangs existed, for example, in Eastern Asia. We can look in China and Japan. Gangs existed before colonization ever took place there, and of course, colonization didn't really take place in Japan. But they had the Yakuza. When it comes to like caste systems, like for example, the Indian caste system, that's existed for thousands of years. In fact, it's taken place for so long that there's a genetic distinction between the castes. And India, a lot of the shit that people like to attribute towards like white supremacy or Europeans, dude, there are opportunistic bandits that will band together and commit crimes together. And somehow it's white supremacy. This is like such a default human behavior for malaligned sociopaths. It's laughable having to hear people say, "Oh, it's just whites that do it." You see it in every fucking group. It is so retarded.
Well, that's what I was saying that day. I was trying to explain to this young man here is that before the Muslims came into Africa, before the Portuguese came, before the whites came, that's what I'm saying. If you want to talk about the concept of gangs, they were called tribes. And as far as taking over territories, prescribing brutal violence, murders, all that type of shit, Africans were doing it to each other before any other ethnic group stepped into that
You could say Nicklet, I'll give you the pass. Also, does it feel the trap is giving off single mother energy?
Bro, listen, that shit sound corny, but again, you are not taking away from what, like, again, what we all can search up. You niggas search up everything else. You search up all the statistics that you want against black people. Now let's start searching up some facts. A band of travelers is a gang, nigga. Again, a gang, nigga. And the shit that you're talking about when you refer to the Congolese, when you refer to the Congolese, because you tried to use that dumbass shit. When you refer, bro, now you're trying to go to Africa, but the first statement that you made was not true at all, sir.
So
at all, at all, sir.
So
at all.
You brought up Congolese 2000, sir. We're talking way before that. So again, the Congolese Empire. What was the Congolese Empire most notable for? How did their empire get as big as it did, Trap?
Slavery.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. It's multiple ways.
Okay. Well, what was the biggest way? How did the Congolese Empire rise to its infamy? Trap, can you answer that question?
Tribalism, rape, murder, slavery.
Right.
He was asking Trap. I know, but Trap's never gonna get it. He's too dumb.
Yeah, he's too dumb. So again, Trap, to try to blame white people for these things, it's just not true. Africans were doing it to each other way before any other ethnic.
Hold on, wait. My bad. Y'all boys went out in ends like completely. I don't know if my phone fucked up. You were saying before you went out though. What did the Congolese do? Like to gain their empire?
You understand the Congolese Empire is one of the biggest African empires in history. How did they get so big? How did they get so notoriable? And this was before the Muslims.
It's multiple things that
and the whites came over.
It's multiple things that these people do. It's not like
no. There was one thing that caused them to grow as big as they got.
And what is that?
It was fucking brutally killing and enslaving other African tribes. That's your first instance of gangs in Africa when it comes to black people. It has nothing to do with.
And when did this happen?
1390.
1390.
Can I say something?
Let me ask you a question.
I want to read something.
Let me ask you a question. First thing, when you say the Congolese in 1390, that shit was hella like strange. Because I want to know what are you talking about when you say 1390s in the Congolese? Like that shit was hella strange. When you say Congolese, I'm thinking like 1800s, like late 1800s. Like I don't know what the fuck you're you're talking about.
Either way, he's wrong though.
No, I think he said. I think Ash is trying to talk 1490.
Line shit and move time, snaps and shit. Like niggas don't really know. But I mean, I
Yeah,
get.
but Ash is making a different argument. He's trying to make the 1490 argument where he's trying to say like once the Muslims.
He's trying to put the time. He's trying to put what happened with the Congress.
No.
Hold on. Because nobody lets me talk. I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead, explain. Go ahead and be a dirty sand nigger and explain what you're trying to do.
Well, I'm a white man. You can hear it in my voice. I'm white. Modern street gangs, the kind of gangs we think of today, organized urban street crews, mostly appeared in the 1800s and the 1900s, started with Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants. We did create gangs. Let's give us some credit. Yeah.
Okay,
We created street gangs.
so you guys, I've heard everybody go back to like the Civil War and all this stuff, and now we're going back to the 1600s and the 1300s.
Black people didn't invent
Say
everything.
that we like came along
We
with
created some
then,
shit.
like, can we maybe keep it to what's going on today instead of 400, 500, 600 years ago?
No, but what you guys created a long time ago, it affects us now. And y'all
The point is,
black people for getting into the concepts that you
Hell
have.
yeah.
You feel me?
We
Y'all
actually
kept us back.
influenced
Y'all
black
kept us back.
That's the truth.
Guys, I'm gonna switch to listening. I'm just gonna listen for a while. You guys, if whatever happened, if you have to kick people, if you have to do whatever you have to do, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna listen to this point.
Yeah, so the point is, typically what these types of blacks do to circumvent accountability for their bullshit is they try to blame whites, and they try to go, well, white people did it first, and white people this and that. And history just shows you, before white people were even a thing over there, before any other ethnicity stepped over there, they were doing this brutal shit this tribalism existed. So it's just to counter the point that you can't blame whites for shit when whites weren't even fucking there. When they
I'm not
taking
even
away
gonna
from
lie.
our accomplishments.
What you're saying just sound like
Well, here's the thing.
He's taking away from our accomplishments.
even to myth.
You trace
Y'all
back
like saying the white man
taking away from his accomplishments.
you trace back any civilization back far enough, there's going to be slavery. There's going to be oppression. There's going to be shit. White people had white slaves. Black people had black slaves. How do you think the United States got slaves? Because black people sold them to the white people and other black people. So, I mean, just everybody has slavery if you go far back enough. And if you're starting to go back to the 1600s and the 1300s and whatever, then you're kind of losing the thread of your point. You're kind of like,
He's absolutely right. Hold on. He's absolutely right.
Y'all hate when we go back to the roots, because y'all always
We are the
y'all
roots.
call us that. Y'all say that.
Yeah, so we are the inventors.
Y'all hate going back to the roots because it always shows who created the problem. Like, fuck the fact that the problem got so big. Y'all hate going back to who created the
black
problem.
people and still black people into slavery
Hell
too.
yeah.
Let's go back to who
In the
created this shit.
1600s.
Let's see who get this shit goddamn rolling.
Yeah,
Y'all say good little niggers.
in Africa, black
Hey,
people sold
that's
black
fucked up.
people to people. So everybody has some trauma and has some fault if you go that far back. That's just ridiculous to say, oh, only white people caused all the problems of all the universe. Especially considering globally, white people are a minority. We're a majority in the United States, but globally, white people are a minority. So to be like, oh,
I ain't worried about the universe. I'm worried about America.
before we were even a country,
We ain't worried about
we
the
were
universe.
even
We
a
worried about
country,
America.
we're talking about how the white man brought you
I
down.
ain't worried about the universe. But I'm an American though, so we worried about America. What did the white people do to us in America? Fuck the universe. Fuck that shit. See, y'all always trying to have down some side here. No, fuck what y'all did to the universe. Fuck what happened with the universe. What did y'all do to us in America? Why is the Americans right now operating as such? You guys. That's why. Let's be real. You're founding fathers. That's why we are operating as such right now. You're fucking people. Your ancestors, not ours. Yours.
Yo, Trav, do you love
My
white people?
ancestors were here before your ancestors.
Trav,
I
do you love white
believe
people?
it.
No, I'm listening. You're my ancestors.
Nobody here speaks in truth. Nobody. I don't care if it's the black people or the white people. You guys are speaking in absolute truth. You guys all have biases.
Trav, Trav.
I agree with him.
Go ahead, Sig.
Every single person talking has a bias right now. Like,
Of course we don't have biases.
Give me some unbiased truth. I want to hear Stig. The true. Okay.
That good white man.
Trav, do you love black people?
You said what?
Do you love black people?
You said, do I love black people?
Yeah.
I love everybody.
Do you love white people?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, we love white people. White people, we love you guys.
Yeah. All right, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see, man. Just trying to see, because y'all sound like you hate white.
Bro, my wife white, bro. Y'all know this, bro. Stop acting like y'all don't know traffic.
So wait, you're another pro-black married to a white woman.
What the word?
Yeah, my wife white, bro. Stop acting like
Wow, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this.
There's no such thing as a pro-black person married to a white person.
I was just gonna ask that. Is that a real thing?
No, that's like saying you could be down with the Aryan Brotherhood and marry outside your rights.
white people. I love you.
Can I give some hard facts real quick? There's deeper history than just white and black, guys. Like the fuck? You got like nobody ever gives respect to the fucking Mexicans. What is going on, man?
What respect to what damn Mexican? The conquistadors?
I'm telling fucking missions were here as the first medical centers. The fucking Mayans were like all these fucking gangs, but all you guys want to claim gangs? Shit.
Yeah, Mexico had the first gang to Serrano. White people, do you love me? Do y'all love me? God damn it. Confess your love for me, white people. Cause I love you.
Sound like a bootlicking Sambo.
Sure.
Is the meter or is the stage quiet?
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
the
taking
stage
off.
quiet.
You guys have a good night.
Take care, Suzanne.
Yeah, the stage is quiet.
Have a great night.
Get off the damn with all that foolishness you be talking. Fuck out of here. You alright?
Yeah, Clubhouse is just one big ass daycare.
It's okay because the Mexicans are still cooking at the cookout too.
I can't hop in a single room and talk about anything real or legitimate. Not anything, not just in this country, but in the world. Everyone's too narrow-minded, ignorant. They talk out of hate and spite and love to judge people like they're God.
You just can't have an honest conversation with these people, man. It's a waste of breath, man. It's like banging up against the fucking brick wall.
Yeah, it's taking me energy running through this app.
I think this app is amazing. I find joy in the telling you niggas that you're lame.
Yeah, and I rebuke the evil, negativity,
Hey
energy.
man, nobody want to hear that religious shit, man. We don't. Hey, look, man. if you go talk to me about anything,
I told you your grandmother's fucking rolling over her grave.
do not bring religion into it, because I was
Niggas trying to give us more concepts that the white
everything you say after that, you bring religion into it, make everything you say done and void, because you believe in fairy tales.
Oh my soul. Oh my soul. So your God chose the people then, correct?
I don't believe in that tomfoolery. I'm not religious. I'm not. Look, man. Okay. Hey, look, man. Ain't no Jesus, man.
So you would have to be a
ain't no Allah, ain't no Jesus, ain't no Buddha, ain't none of them folks.
You would have to vibrate at a higher
All that
frequency.
stuff, like, bro. Disney could write a better story than the Bible, bro. Disney could not write a better story than what the Bible got, bro. Talking bush, two of each animal on the goddamn. Come on, man. We done with Christianity.
Bro,
We're done
no,
with the Abrahamic religion.
Bro,
We're
listen,
done
they
with the
shooting
Abrahamic
themselves in the
religion.
foot because these people know everything, and you should know about this. What is it? The super church that they're building?
Well, you just got too much hate in both of y'all's hearts.
No, listen,
You worry about everyone else but yourself. You worry about everyone else but yourself. That's gonna be your biggest downfall.
Can somebody tell me? Because I heard what you said, and I kind of agree with the other brother. Like, shit, y'all like that
Surface
y'all
level.
need to kind of like let that shit go.
You have surface
Yeah, y'all need to kind of let that shit go. Do y'all know about the super church that they're building? Do you know about it? Like where they're mixing all different type of religions inside one, and they're gonna make it like I said, a super church.
Yeah, you're talking about the one religion, the one world.
That's kind of strange. You don't think that's kind of
You
funny?
fucking retard.
After
Called the One World Religion Facility in Abu Dhabi. That's a mosque, a temple, and a church.
I got one. Name one white baseball player who better than Ken Griffey Jr. I'll wait.
That's why I have King Griffey Jr. on here, you dipshit.
I know.
Pete Rose. There you go. Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is a gambling scumbag.
Pete Rose is one of the greatest fucking shortstops of all time.
Nothing. He not in the Hall of Fame. He died a junkie.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth. Tucker.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Pete Rose.
Babe Ruth couldn't hold a candle to Ken Griffey. Fuck you. You're an idiot. You an idiot. Go study in the audience.
Hey, Trap, you believe black people are owed reparations in this country?
Shit. I believe that all Americans is owed reparations.
What about black people specifically?
Shit, fuck yeah. Why not? Shit.
You think you deserve more reparations than your
Somebody
ancestors?
really, since we're so like intellectual, can somebody break this down to me? If we believe, because I know that some of you guys are religious, I'm not talking to the people who isn't, the people who are. If we believe inside of God, tell me who created these concepts and who told them that it was okay to create these concepts. God not okay none of this shit. Yeah, we fall into it. It's been going on for a couple 100 years now.
Deception. That's what created it. Deception. And evil. And greed. And corruption. That's what started it. That's what created it.
Yeah.
Everything that you're talking about, evil and negative, that's what came.
And you know what's so crazy, Ziggy? But I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this. Like I said, I'm really not a racist person. Like I'm the farthest thing.
Why should be racist
like,
stuff?
No, but when I look at the eyes of the evil or the person who's on the face of all these fucked up ass constructs that we spit into, concepts that we
Black
spit
people.
into, it's a white man. Fuck that. It's a white man every time. Like even if they have a nigga.
So Trap, you're saying we're the worst?
Everyone has.
Hold on, Ziggy. You're saying that we're the worst and also the greatest. We're the best. That totally makes sense.
I think y'all.
Have you ever heard of a bell curve?
I think y'all are the greatest disaster.
Trap, do you know what a bell curve is? You know what a bell curve is?
A bell curve?
A bell. Ding dong,
No,
ding
what is
dong. Yeah, bell curve where you have like the extremes at both ends. You have like the best and the worst at both ends. Then
No, I never heard of that term.
Fills in the majority people.
Yeah, I never heard of that term
Cool.
before.
Yeah, there you have.
Yeah, no.
Yo,
inside my books. You see,
I
I'm not above learning. You see that?
got another question for you, Trap. Why did you choose to marry a white woman instead of a black woman?
I just listen proximity. I just married, who I believe is for me. The color really didn't matter. Shit. It's 20.
Latinos and white women are better. Black women are so hated.
I wish I could jump on one of you niggas' cow fucking goddamn horses and goddamn ride off in the sunset and go with that ideology. I just see women as women. I see women as
Wait, you didn't want black women to murder your babies in the womb?
Listen, I don't think if I decided to have one with a black one, I don't think that would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Shit. I'm gonna be real, I don't think it would
That
have.
would fuck up her EPC, her welfare.
Shit.
And her health.
I don't know. I see women as women. You feel me? If I came across a woman that was looking for a financial gain, then she would have looked for a financial gain regardless of what her color was, right?
But they're the same. They're the same color as the man version that you hate of these same people, correct? So what you said to me earlier is contradictory to what you're saying right now.
I ain't said I hate nobody. I literally said earlier that I love everybody. I don't hate nobody. I just understand.
Yeah, think about that.
Think about
Trap. Think about that good white woman that you married was raised by a good white father. Lightly.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
So in essence, you married her father. You married the values that her father instilled inside of her. So thank you, white man.
She had that good white pussy.
Well, of course. Well, isn't that 17 fortunes?
It's white women and white men out here who don't have their fathers either. So my wife's relationship with her father was not amazing.
Yeah, I didn't find out who my dad
Guys,
was.
let's stop differentiating so
You
much.
got a point.
He's right. There's a lot of
But I live my life. I worry about myself, and I put everything that I do, day in and day out, I put in God's hands, and my life has been much better since then. Because I'm not gonna sit here and be a hypocrite like you, and say, oh, I'm gonna pick apart situations how I want to or how I see them fit. I used to not be this person that I am today. I had to be homeless for most of my adult life, being on my own and worrying about myself to become the man I am today.
That was amazing. Let's all rejoice in a song.
Niggas taught me about the ride.
Hey, Ash, won't you stop being such a piece of shit?
Let's all rejoice.
Bro, welcome to America, cuz.
This shit terrifying.
Remember, everyone, this is the face of Black America. Ash, fucking Trap.
I'm actually not black. I told you a million times.
Oh,
I'm not black.
yeah. African,
I'm not.
melanated,
I'm
whatever the fuck you want to say.
You want me to change it to my profile
Native
picture? I'm not
American.
black.
Oh, well, we never came across on slave ships.
No, I'm white.
You've been here forever.
Red beard. I'm literally white. I don't know why you guys keep saying I'm not white. Stop not claiming me.
He's a lying bitch, Ash.
I'm not
think
lying.
Americans act like Americans.
That's the point. That's the
So with Ken saying,
At the end of the day,
completely
you're
different.
worried about who is black, red, blue, yellow, fucking pink. Who cares?
Nah,
Who cares? We're all human. We're all in this world. We're all brothers. We all bleed the same color.
I'm just sad that I'm not getting
If
the
you
credit.
get down with that, then you yourself don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you guys not like gingers? No, that's the problem. You guys don't like fucking gingers.
No, we don't like red bugs.
Yeah, you don't like fucking gingers. That's why you guys can't
Yeah,
claim.
red bugs.
I'm not so size.
I heard the beat.
Yeah,
I know, right?
You hear that shit?
I fucking know.
You liar. I heard that
Ah,
beat.
bro, I wish this was a video chat app so I could get on with you guys.
Yeah, you
I
niggas
heard
in the
that beat
project.
come out of your fucking black, bro.
Just like
White
white.
niggas in the projects.
You are black.
Why are we worried about someone else?
I grew up in Rhode Island. I'm white.
Little trade
Yeah,
off.
just get the beats.
Get over yourself. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I'm a white man.
Hey, leave your mic open, Ash. Leave your mic open.
No, you guys really caught me with you guys really caught me with the fire alarm things. You guys really caught me with that. Like the fire alarm is a giveaway, but I'm not black. See, I'm not black. I don't even know if it's a smoke detector or a fire alarm.
Yeah, black people don't know what the fuck it is either. That's why thon't change the batteries in it.
White. Give me white questions. I will answer them as a white
Leave your
person.
mic unmuted for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah,
No, give me white questions. I'll answer
Not that shit.
No,
Do you know who Panic at the Disco is, brother?
It's a band.
All right. We're getting somewhere. All right. And anyone else have some questions they want to
Ash,
ask?
sing a Neil Diamond song.
I don't know Neil Diamond. I'm white.
Yeah, it's black.
He's black.
I know Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, every black person is.
Come on, just wait.
Bro, you guys may make me switch sides.
I've yet to run into a white person that can sing a Neil Diamond song, or at least.
No, I just realized I'm too far gone. I was lived around too many black people. Now I can't even fucking differentiate myself. This is crazy.
What are some dad rock bands?
Dad rock bands?
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Siggy, he's black. He doesn't know what dad bands are.
Yeah, I'm about to
Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. No.
This happens never in his life. No.
I got you right now.
We gotta look it up on Google.
I'm not looking at Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, ChatGPT, hurry up, give me some white dad bands.
I'm not.
I don't have no daddy. You
Oh
got to
my
go
god,
get
this
Bill.
is crazy. This is crazy. No, this doesn't.
Why do we gotta keep assuming, yo? That makes an ass out of you and me.
That's
No, we know
What
he's
did that
black.
say before?
That's crazy. I'm not.
Ash, what is the name of ska band?
A sky band?
Ska band.
Wow, I don't even know what that is. I think you're whiter than me in this
Not
moment.
white, bro. You were
I am.
Alright, hold on. Name some death metal bands.
I never listened to death metal.
Cannibal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Dying Fetus, Vader, Clan, God's Glory, Deicide. See, that's what a proper white man answers.
You niggas ain't white. You niggas can know all the white people shit. You still ain't white. Fuck is wrong with you niggas? You see I got a bird? That's some white people shit. That don't make
Nah, that's some fucking Trinidad and Tobago shit.
You niggas ain't fucking white just cause y'all know white
You
people.
eat that fucking bird.
Yeah, we should be. I'm gonna put my profile.
Oh, you fucking iguanas trap.
I'm about to put my profile picture on my thing. This is crazy.
Yo, Ash,
So just cause I'm half native, should I be listening to like tribal music and stuff then, or should I know like all the indigenous tribal
Which tribe?
musicians and artists?
What?
Sage?
I'll say.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Sage sucks.
Yo, Ash,
Wow, I'm like, wow.
Ash, what's a charcuterie board?
Oh, that's like the cheese and the fig and all that stuff.
No, he's wait, Sig, that's an easy one. He's a black guy. He grew up in Rhode Island. Come on.
Okay.
Of course he knows that. He's been in Connecticut.
That was
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, boy? Hey, Ken,
Look at that beautiful ass face. Look at that beautiful face.
Ken, is that Ken? The way that nigga will whoop your ass, like, Ken, what's up with you?
That is
boy?
not fucking you.
That is literally me.
Alright, then hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
Do I gotta take another
No,
picture?
yeah, take another picture with holding up
I'm
3
not
fingers
even
in
gonna
front of
lie,
your
that's
face.
definitely.
You hold up 3 fingers. Oh, shut the fuck up, Trap. You hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
That's definitely him, bro.
No, I'm taking a picture right now just so you guys know.
Yeah, I'm
You know how many white friends I grew up with?
His voice matches face, bro.
Exactly.
Sounded black, dog.
Alright, we want the 3 fingers, Ginger Snap.
Oh, I got you right now. Since you guys all want to doubt me because you say all the things I say couldn't be coming from me. Look at that. Look at that. How do you guys feel?
They'd say, nah, you fucked it. You just look the fucking guy holding 3 fingers up.
Oh my god, no, what else do you want me to do? What you want me to put my dick in the camera too?
Let's go.
What? What you want? What?
Wait, hey, hold on, dipshit. That picture's taken in the daytime. You can see the light down
You
there.
are retarded. My
is it where you live? Because that's natural light seeding in from the windows.
Guys,
So you don't fuck with 4chaners, bro.
Oh my god, I'm about to go outside and take it.
What room are you? Is that even the bathroom? Your room? Like, because that looks like that ceiling fan.
Bro, if you niggas really over here trying to be mad,
Yeah, we're gonna capture the flag. I'm just saying.
Now I'm outside and I'm doing this too. This is just for all you.
But these niggas mad because you really white is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with these niggas?
This is hilarious, bro.
How's that? How's that for you? Now I'm outside taking a picture.
These niggas like, fuck, I wish I was him. Like, you niggas mad because he white? No, it can't be. It's no way. He got the card. Like, sit the fuck back, nigga. Like,
Just
bro,
because I have different opinions, like it's.
I already told him that
I'm saying
the
these
voice
flicks.
match his face. Like, you can clearly see that this nigga voice match his face. He look like he be around niggas. Ash look like he be around niggas. Like, he just talk like a white fool be around niggas.
Wait, Ash, we got a last question.
And yeah, my fire alarm fucking batteries is fucked up.
Ash, was your father in your life your whole life?
I don't know why, but damn.
Ash, was your dad in your life?
Yeah, my dad is in my life, and my dad was in the military.
He might be white.
What's that?
But why does it really matter?
What the fuck?
He also might be like a.
Why are you so caught up
black
on what someone else is or what they're doing? Like,
Ziggy, what fucking room did you think you just walked into?
I already said earlier.
What do you think this is fucking healthy debate or something? You think we're gonna suck everybody's dick and be like, oh, you're so smart, you're such a really good guy, oh, I love this guy.
No, you just, it's
there you
the point being is that you have a lot of hate in your heart, brother.
Yeah, why do you have to get on that?
How is that hateful to fuck with somebody?
Are you deceived by a certain energy or something?
Oh god, messing around, having fun, and you're like,
So
oh,
that's
he's got a demon in him.
So that's solely what
Messing with somebody is demonic, having fun. You got genuinely
so the way you talk to people and treat people.
The only time that I've been upset during this entire conversation, is when somebody was justifying killing babies in the womb. That was it.
I don't think anybody justified killing this.
Yeah, they did. No, we're talking about abortion.
Oh yeah, when I first got into this room earlier, that's what I came into. Talking about abortion.
One question I do have is why does every time somebody says anything that's different in opinion from somebody who's a quote unquote conservative, it's automatically, oh, you're a libtard, you're a liberal, this. I don't get it because I'm not a liberal and I just have more centralist, I guess. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, but every time you say something, with liberals as well, they do the same thing. If you say something against a liberal, next thing you know, they're calling you a racist conservative. If you say something anti-conservative, they're calling you a libtard or something. I just don't understand why both sides seem to have a cult following now.
Because there's certain things that moderates cling to as their ideology, and when you say certain things or subscribe to certain beliefs, then it will put you either more right or more left.
I understand that, but it's like, I'm somebody who believes in lowering the fuck out of taxes, but I believe we should keep abortion clinics open. So it's like, damn, it's like nobody sides with me on anything.
Well, if you actively advocate for abortion, then that's typically going to give the optics that you lean more left, bro. It's just how it is. Like, what are your views on the LGBTQ community?
I think that shit is entirely pushed too much. I feel like they put it in people's faces when it doesn't really need to be.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's more of a right-leaning stance, yeah.
I don't understand why people can't have, it just seems like both sides have more of a cult following now because people can't meet somewhere in between. You have to be extremist or borderline insane just to have an opinion these days. You got to be either far right or far left, and I just feel like normal people, we're a little bit more central than that. And honestly, at the end of the day, too, even abortion, even when it comes to abortion, I don't necessarily believe it's right either. Like, I don't know. I'm actually conflicted on that myself. I actually get conflicted on that. I don't know where I even stand with that.
What's your thought process as far as like when we talk about like violent crime? That's a big one. That's a big one that pretty much differentiates. So when we talk about the stats that show that when it comes to violent crime in this country, blacks are the main culprit. They're the main problem. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Statistically, you have no choice but to agree, but you can't just, you gotta look at circumstances. This is the truth, because when you are, not everybody that is growing up broke does crimes. Not everybody breaks the law. That's true. But to just blame it entirely on a race is more of a culture. It's not a race. It's more of a culture that came from a lot of trauma, honestly. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that. I'm not making excuses for people. I'm not saying that, it's right, because this whole drill culture in America is bad. I don't really believe that, modern white people really have that much of a drill culture, but some of us do. Some white boys want to get down with the drill culture. I see it. I still see it. It's like when you put us in those same situations, in those same circumstances, we don't always behave that much differently. Sometimes when you look at statistics and you look at a poor white town and you look at a poor town, a lot of times the black town do have more crime, but that's probably more of a cultural thing. You can't blame it on a race. When you go to see Africans and you talk to Africans, they're formal as hell. They don't even talk like black Americans. How can you even compare to, like?
Well, no, I think that might be where you're getting misconstrued, because the majority of the people in this room, we say it's a cultural thing. Most of us don't think it's a race thing. We don't think it's like embedded in black folks' DNA. And the reason why we think that is because before the 1970s and 80s, we didn't see this level of debauchery in the black community. So
But I will say, like, people want to say that white people, a lot of people want to say like white people didn't create a lot of things. I disagree with that. I feel like white people really created a whole lot of things. And one of the things we did create is a mafioso culture. We did create street gangs. We did create gangs, urban, modern street gangs. That is a white person's creation. So really, I can't see, like, even when you look at black people, when you look at their rappers, Yo Gotti, like these are white criminals they named themselves after. We also have that in us too. It's not really that much different. So a lot of white people want to be in gangs. A lot of white people want to do that shit. I was one of them. We can't say that we're different like that. Some of us aren't different.
Yeah, but you were one of them. But you
gotta worry about yourself to really change your life.
A lot of people are like that, man. A lot of white people, we really do love a tough, strong character. We look up to that same type of shit. We really do.
Yeah, but as you even admitted, you've had a lot of exposure to the black culture, so that's probably.
Stop doing that. Listen to this nigga. Stop trying to always shoot that nigga.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Ash, so even the way you talk, like, clearly you've had a lot of exposure to black culture.
But you wanna know what's crazy though? I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break it down for you.
Hold on, Ash, real quick. Let me finish and I'll let you go, brother. I promise.
Yep.
So the problem is that typically the white kids that you see follow those trends is because they've had some type of exposure to black culture. Whites that haven't had a lot of exposure to black culture, they typically don't want to be thugs and gangsters and Yo Gotti and Playboy Cardi and broke boy never broke again, or NBA, whatever the fuck.
Let me break this down for you, actually, right?
Hold on, Ash. Before you do that, let me just tell him and every other person in here, if you think that black people, niggas, are the gangsters, or everybody want to be gangsters, or the people who want to be gangsters because of niggas, you're fucking crazy. The biggest mob bosses, the biggest goddamn like actual kingpins and gangsters that they fucking make documentaries and shit about. But these is white men, like fucking Mexicans and fucking shut up. They're Colombians and shit like.
How long ago?
They're not niggas. They're not niggas.
What
You
you
start
said,
talking about
Trav, is
these gangsters on these big ass. No, King Von is nothing compared to Pablo Escobar or goddamn like sit the fuck back.
so again, but
They're still affiliated.
the difference is
Say, where you from? Where you from, say?
the difference.
I'm about to say something that will blow your guys' mind right now.
The difference is that they're moving away from that culture to be more civilized. We're trying to move that culture to be less civilized.
What the fuck are you? Can I tell you an experience? Where you from? My personal child. I can tell you something that right now I didn't move to a diverse neighborhood until I was like 15, 16 years old. I grew up until I was 15 years old in Warwick, Rhode Island. All the white people there, first of all, it's not a ghetto city. It's like a little working class, whatever. It's not rich or anything. But everybody there that was white, a lot of the kids there, you can look them up. They're white boys who damn near think they're black. Then I'm
that's a blue collar black town, all right. I mean, blue collar white town.
But then, boom, right? When I was 15, 16, I moved in with my grandma, and I actually moved to the hood at that point. The truth is about that is, damn near the kids there was damn near trying to be kids in the other town.
Yeah, but look at you and I as a dynamic. I grew up around black people in a black environment and moved towards white people. I got better, and I speak more
Where are you from,
than you do. But then you grew up, you started off in a white community and moved with the blacks, and then now you've adopted their culture. So again, just you and I listen to the difference in how we speak and how we articulate. That proves my point right there.
But at the same time, though, the way we're articulating, my point is still getting across. I just have more of like a slur to my voice. That actually is kind of a Rhode Island thing in general. If you know anything about there, it doesn't matter what kind of community you come from. They kind of all have a little bit of an accent. But my point is the white community, the working class white community that I originally came from, all those kids tried to be quote unquote gangster. So you can't say it's just me. It was the whole community. I grew up in an 80% white neighborhood there, and then I moved.
He mentioned
do you mind if I just have a minute?
earlier the Aryan Brotherhood and the
Before me,
Aryans.
man,
And
because I was
then
trying to
we
ask a
talked about the
question.
Dirty White Boys, the DMI, the Bandmat Incorporated, like all these white men groups, gangsters, real white gangsters and shit like that. That these motherfucking white boys will look at before they look at any fucking black niggas that's doing shit. Like this nigga just talking. He literally just saying stupid shit. It's more white gangs than black gangs. It's more white groups than black groups.
That's not
This nigga's
true.
literally just talking.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, you can't say what's true and what's not, bro. You don't know how many gangs.
We pulled up the stats, and the number one cause of death for young black men is homicide via other black men. That's not the same.
Yeah, you just moving the
Can't say that, Trey.
Bro, when we talk about gang activity, right? When we talk about gangsters and that lifestyle, that's solely based on income level in neighborhoods and communities. Like when you talk like this, bro, like you sound like you're not from a very diverse environment. Bro, I'm from New York City. I know groups of Chinese people that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Italians that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Russians, Jews that'll give you the beats. That's not scared of no black nothing. So for you to act like black people's the only people that's perpetuating violence in communities, that's
that's the point you're talking about.
you acting like black people got the gangster championship or something.
Nah, but let's also break it down to being from the Northeast in general.
This proves, RJ, that your comprehension skills suck. I never said it's only black people. But again, when we talk about the level of violence, so you talk about the Asians and the Jews and all this, but they're not gunning each other down in the streets in record numbers. Show me one Asian or Jewish community. Show me Trap. Shut the fuck up for
Bro, they get
Bro, you said that was wrong.
What's the difference? They'll cut you? Like, what the fuck? It's still a body.
This is fucking crazy.
It's still a body.
Are you from the Northeast?
So again, what I was saying, guys, is that show me an Asian community or a Jewish community where every holiday weekend there's 70 to 100 shootings in the weekend and there's 15 to 20 people dying. Please show me that with those communities.
flowers, but then I can go back to history where these niggas was hanging us on large numbers and drowning us and slaughtering.
How many
niggas? Fuck up, niggas. So when we talking about all this reckless shit, yeah, maybe we might.
What you gonna do with YouTube?
In the 2000s, we might be doing most of the crimes. That don't take away from the fucking hundreds of years worth of crimes these niggas already put in. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop always doing that weird ass shit. They got more blood on their hands than a female on her period, nigga.
Like, he can't help it, bro. This is
nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. We will never be able to do more dirt than what their ancestors did. Out of here, nigga.
Are you get on us, bro? You get on us for how we
I'm taking a shot every single time you say nigga, and I'm gonna get drunk.
So again, listen.
You know, white ice is colder. We get it.
This is the crazy part is that you guys don't even hear how stupid.
We will never be able to do it.
So again,
never.
The point is that black people in this country try to blame and complain and boo-hoo, whine and crying about everything that white people do, and white people do this to us. White people do that to us. But again, if we look at the stats, the number one group that's hurting the black community physically and tangibly is the black community.
And what?
So it goes. I'll let you go. I will let you go when I'm done. Give me a second to land my plane. So the point is, Trap, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that the entire world seems to see, except for our group of people. And it's a really bad look that if my house is dirty, Trap, if my house is dirty and filthy and it looks like an episode of Hoarders, I can't get on your case and talk about how dirty your house is until I clean my own house up first. So we want white people to stop doing this to us and stop doing that to us. Maybe we should stop doing it to ourselves first, and the world might take us a little bit more seriously.
Right, but you're not looking to clean houses, though. You move to somebody else's house.
No. Fuck all that. Here's the problem. Fuck what we're doing right now. Yes, we obviously know that every community, basically right now in 2025, need to get a goddamn clean. But when we talk about the shit that we're doing, we're trying to make it seem like black people just do this, because that's all I'm
you talk about 24/7.
You just be, black people do this. There's a leading cause.
Pass the mic around,
Leading cause inside homicide. Let's go back then. Since you guys want to make us the leading cause and everything, let's go back to when you were
Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
Let's go back to when they were the leaders. And it was for a long time.
Look, I'm very conservative, but Sig is a cool one. It's this nigga.
I just don't understand why you had to say that articulate.
That's very true. Not voting and not voting.
Mass murder, slaughtering people, like they were.
We'll just sell our family members for that.
If you're from the Northeast in general, everybody, doesn't matter what kind of community you have, we all kind of have like an accent. So you must be from like the Midwest or one of those places with absolutely no accent.
Yeah, like down south, they say New York, it sound proper. Like, what are we doing?
Part of this country. Because I don't care if you're from a rich community up north, like near New York, Rhode Island,
Ash, why are you switching and starting to talk?
Yeah, your accent is your accent.
No, I'm not talking. I've been talking like this the whole time.
I know that. That's why we're all like, black.
No, but it goes, stay on mute real quick, stay on mute. Again, Ash, it goes to the point that I was raised around black people in a black inner city, and my English was worse, but when I got around white people, it got better. You were raised in a white suburb, and then when you moved and got around black people, your English got worse.
Sir, that's my point. People had this accent regardless of anything else.
People sounded like this. First community. People sounded like this in the first community I grew up in. Yes, they did. You can go there right the fuck now. They all sounded like this.
Just a wild idea. Just a crazy little concept. In case people don't, an accent does not equal grammar.
Thank you.
Wow. Factual. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Steven. Wow. Wow. That's the craziest thing. I mean, this conversation is.
But Stephen, one thing I can't say, bro. So listen, I get what you're saying, right? I won't agree with him if he knows the whitest man here. I get what you're saying, but I agree. But I can't ignore
the yacht rock lyrics in the chat. Go ahead, please.
So Stephen, I can't ignore the fact though, right? people that I know, Steven, people that I know, like that's from like places like Memphis, like deep Florida, like where the majority have like real deep accents. The ones that go off to school don't sound like that. I gotta just be a buck with you. Like there's a difference between now. Do some people keep their accent and don't give a fuck no matter how how much education they get? Yeah, but that is like a changing variable, bro. Like a lot of people that come from those areas that go get educated, they don't come back talking like that. Like they change.
Well, it really depends on how deep you want to have this. I mean, you might be able to hang. I don't know that everyone here can. The concept of speech, okay? There's cadence. There's the vocab. There's the accent.
You can still be a fucking idiot regardless of that shit. You can still be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Like you can talk a good one. I'm just saying, I know, people that's from fucked up places in Memphis and stuff. Like they come, they.
All right, everybody decide let the good, clean white man speak.
Yeah.
So if you can find one, point them to me. Anyway, I was just gonna say, here's the thing, guys. There's one of the most frustrating things. I'll just keep it 100 on this app. I used to be on this app all the time. I was on for several years. I was one of the staples in the conservative clubhouse.
And then you realize
one of the things that really moved. One of the things. No, actually, there's people on here, and some of them are mods right now. But I was just gonna say, like, one of the things that really kind of blew my mind would be that, like, people like Sig and others, for speaking in a heightened vernacular, in a calm tone, with informed topics, were attacked for doing that. Literally, that just rocked my world on this app. How often, if you sounded intelligent and you spoke with authority, that like you would actually be attacked. And yet, after all this time with this app barely hanging on by a thread, I pop on maybe like once or twice a week. We're still having the same conversation 4 or 5 years later about sounding like it's just the craziest thing in the world. I really hope that one day it can be moved past, but we'll see.
Nothing moves past Clubhouse, bro. It's the opposite. It's the people who speak real proper that y'all have.
Words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not.
Man.
How you articulate your words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. It has
Sure does. It's a comprehension thing. It's absolutely.
You can't even spell Idaho and Mississippi. Shut the fuck up, Trash.
Yes,
I'm talking
I-D-A-H-O.
I'm talking to the
Trash, you didn't ask your white ass. Yes, Trash.
I'm talking to the 90 man down here because it seems like he know what he's saying, but yeah.
Man, you must be very bored.
Like, yeah, it don't mean nothing.
Trap got a white wife. Trap, why you like shut?
The English language has been changed multiple times. Multiple languages have been changed multiple times. And like, broken English is a thing. I mean, I'm from Charleston, so like Gigi, Gullah, like, especially if you're from like places like Louisiana and like the other brother said, Memphis.
Bro, but Trash, you're tethered. These are things we adopt. Trinidad and Tobago. These are not even a Black American. You're fucking tethered, bro.
Trap, let me clarify. Having localized terms and stuff like that. Like, dude, I'm from Nebraska. Like, our grandparents said wash. Our granddad wash. We say both with an L. But here's the thing. That has no reflection on. Well, I guess I better say everything else incorrectly too. If you listened, how you speak really, truly, especially on a literal audio app, is a direct reflection on your intelligence. It absolutely is. And as soon as people start taking pride in that presentation, in that first introduction to how people are, then we're just forget about talking 80 down the highway towards success. People aren't even getting out of the driveway. Like, you can have little sayings and quips and all that stuff that are regional, that are in the Northeast, that are here in the heartland, that are in the South. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about at all. When you intentionally speak in bad grammar and you mix is, are, and basic things like that, and that is a reflection. I hate to be breaking news. It shouldn't be breaking news in 2025, but that is a reflection. That is absolutely.
Yeah, but you can say some dumbass shit in an articulate way, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying it's the end all be all. What it is though, it's a very
it's an overall combination. It's an overall combination. That's why I was saying it's the cadence, it's the syntax, it's the structuring, it's the the dynamics, it's the content, it's all of it combined. But like if you're intentionally just speaking in a very, very poor way, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, but Stephen, the point is his family and himself are from Trinidad and Tobago. That means that he's pretending. He's adopting this shit. He's adopting this fucking ghetto mentality. He's like talking like a fucking black American. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. All of your family, all of your cousins back in Trinidad talk like me. They have a Trinidad accent, but they don't feel like yo, what's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? I gotta shoot you. I'm a shooter, nigga. What the fuck? Oh wow.
I'm from China. Oh wow. He's talking about like what's wrong?
That was a pretty ignorant.
It's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Seeing how he's from Trinidad and Tobago, where they don't speak, where they fucking ebonics vernacular.
He was raised in America.
I'm
from Trinidad and Tobago.
I've never been to Trinidad.
Yeah, your parents are.
Ever.
Your parents don't talk. Your parents don't talk like they're from fucking south side of Chicago or from fucking Atlanta.
That's just, oh my god, man.
Your parents speak Gullah. You learn it from that. You learned it from your fucking peers at school and shit. You know, you want to act like you're black, you're not. Tether.
Form of flattery. If he came to this country and started talking like that, he's paying you a compliment. Why are you giving him shit? If he was born here, then it doesn't matter where his parents
No, Alan, the point is that he's raised in a family. He's raised in a household.
We can tell you're not from here.
your accent.
You a fucking troll. You're one of them troll tethers, man, that join conversations like this, like you
You
fucking.
don't own your accent. You don't own your vernacular. You don't own your slang. Anybody
No, Alan, the point is he's putting it on.
What does that even mean? Putting it on? You're putting it on.
No, he's putting it on.
You putting it on. You fucking putting it on.
We all, you use the term code switch.
Zach, do you think he talks like this in front of his parents?
The problem is you're mad at anything that's different from you. That's the problem.
You talk on Clubhouse in real life in front of people? No, right? Because you know you get fucked up in real life.
I was saying, if he was ever talk like that.
It's bad.
Another indicator of black culture is if you talk like this, you get fucked up. Just automatically go to violence. That's another.
No, I'm talking about these trolls. That's what trolls do, right?
So,
like,
to answer my question,
they come on, they literally join social media to troll people. They know that they can't do that in real life. They're getting that aggression.
You can do it in real life.
Yeah, they can get their ass beat in real life.
Nah, you can try to fight me and all shit. That's all that would end up happening.
Yeah, that's
I'll pull out my Israeli weapons industry.
Look, he against everybody. He against all around.
Reach out and grab my canic and I fucking unload on your ass. I'm not getting out of the bar to fight.
Hey, no, seriously, on a serious note, I just wanted to say, you can look at my PTR, bro, like, bro.
No, Trap, like the way you speak with like this ghetto inflection and shit, you don't talk like this in front of your parents. You talk the same way how you talk right now in front of your fucking, in front of your black fucking parents.
Do you tell your mom to shut the fuck up?
What you talking about? Trinidad from Charleston, South Carolina, bro. What are you talking about?
His parents are Trinidadian.
Nah, you don't say faggot in front of your parents, Ken. You don't say faggot in front of your parents. You don't tell people to shut the fuck up in front of
Yeah,
their parents.
Jews don't do that either.
No, that's what
Say
you do
faggot.
all
That's
the
the
time.
community that he's in.
You've been calling people faggots and saying shut the fuck up. You don't talk like that in front of your parents.
No,
What are you talking about in front of your parents?
I'm not sitting here fucking pretending to be a ghetto gangster and then turning around and talking fucking normal to my parents.
No, the funny thing is,
That's
you
exactly
got
what it
proven
is.
wrong. No, you got proven wrong, and then when I showed you you were wrong, you switched sides. Because you're an idiot. The funny thing is, you're an idiot.
I'm not talking about you're not
You're actually an idiot. And see, people like you don't.
Now you're back to being black again, Ash.
No, it's not that. The fact that you think there's a difference is sad. It's sad. It's sad that you really say, oh, he talk black. When I've been talking the same way the whole time I got on this app.
Oh my
All right, Chop, can you show us your mom and dad voice when you talk to your parents? Or from Trinidad?
Bro, both of my parents.
Yeah, your parents don't talk like that.
Both of my parents are from fucking America.
Yeah, your parents are from Trinidad.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's in your PTR. It's in your account. It says you're from
No,
Trinidad.
but yeah, I got it inside my account because yes, one of my mother's parents. One of my mother's parents
don't want to use the fucking white voice to use
from
the
Trinidad, but my mother, she's from
You're fucked up.
My mother's from America. My father's
She
from
talks
America.
just like
I'm
me
from
when he talks to his
America.
parents.
Like, what the fuck?
Why? Wait, hold on. But Ken, I got a question. Why does it bother you? Why does it bother you how people speak?
Your
Why
parents
does it
don't
even bother you? It shouldn't even
Oh
bother
no,
you.
because it's fake.
It's not fake.
It's pretending, yeah.
Somebody can say that
It's
you're.
a fucking facade. That's all it is.
Hold on.
not pretending.
You speak the way you do. You speak the way you do to try to fit
Yeah,
yourself.
I talk with the same cadence and everything.
No, you think you talk the way that you're categorizing yourself to talk. So that's wrong. Like, just because somebody talks differently than you doesn't mean everybody has to
I
fit
know
your
you
category.
think you're
You're
not really making
I am. It is a
He's a
good
pick
point.
apart kind of guy. You're right, Ash. Very pick apart, picky choosy. Kind of sounds like a woman to me.
By saying that a black guy who speaks in Ebonics on stage and makes people
No, he's
No,
the same way.
it's by saying anybody who talks like you is wrong.
expressing himself
But you don't
with African American fucking
It has to
vernacular
all be about you.
and cadence
You
and
have pride,
accent
ego kid.
when he doesn't do that to his fucking black Trinidad.
You don't know what the fuck he does.
Exactly. You don't know anyone
Yeah,
in
if
this room.
his dad's in his
Hey,
fucking people's ass.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna be real. Like how me and my people talk. Like since I'm from Charleston, like, and it is GT Gullah, when I get to saying I and Bo and like them boys perping and geeking and tweaking and like all this other shit, like bro, you ain't gonna know what the fuck we saying. I talk to my parents like this, bro. Like this is how I speak to my parents. Like my parents
Because
are from
we
Charleston.
adapted. That's how we
Like,
grew
nigga, I'm
up.
from Charleston. No, we're from Charleston. My parents are from Charleston. Like, Charleston, South Carolina. That's inside America, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You shouldn't even have to explain yourself to him, though. You don't owe him an
Oh, you
explanation.
fucking white cuckold simp. Shut the fuck up, Ash.
I'm not no white cuck. Yo, that's what's sad about you. You can't get the people.
I'm just saying, trap would make you sit in the cuck chair.
I'm just saying, I'll fuck your bitch too. I'll fuck your bitch too. What are you talking about? Go check my Twitter.
You're not coming across as that type of guy. Just saying.
But see, this is like when we're talking about
You're real like a fucking Power Ranger from the 90s. Shut the fuck up.
and this is another thing too, Ash. It's like when white people like you come in and play Captain Save.
No, I'm not trying to save nobody. I don't take any type of sides.
Bro, calm down. Get your little fucking thoughts.
This is my friends I grew up with in high school.
No, it's not that, because when you guys actually ask me and tell me.
Ash, just relax, bro. Jesus Christ. So again, Ash, this is another problem. Is when white people come like you come up and play Captain Save-A-Ho and tell lazy black people who don't want to become better that everything they're doing is okay. That's actually robbing them of opportunities. So when black people speak the way that Trump does, and they go to apply for a job or they go to an interview and they don't get that job because they sound like they just fucking slavery just ended 5 minutes ago, that kills an opportunity for them. And then the first thing they do is they blame racism. And they don't think that they have an issue. They need to improve it all to get better, to open the door opportunities wider for them.
Okay,
that's a
huge fact.
Here's the problem, and this is a lot of you guys.
Alright, Trap, if you code switch to start talking normal, we'll let you stay on stage.
You guys make your own narratives on other people now, which what you just said, I guess if we were inside the 1800s and I was doing this and talking and speaking inside this way, using my Ebonics, you know, like my broken English, then I guess this would have been a problem. But this is 2025. Every time that I've gotten a job, like I was not like, you know, trying to fit in or impress nobody. I was just being myself. I've done jobs such as like worked roof consulting. I don't know if any of you guys ever got on the ladder and took goddamn pictures with a drone on the roof and put pins there and called the insurance company and get a claim for a roof.
Alright, get on with your fucking story. We don't care about all that other shit, bro.
Okay, so
You tell a story like my mom.
see where I'm going here. So like I don't know if any of you guys ever done that shit before, but I've already done it. I'm only 21 years old. I'm only 21 years old, so it's like you can make whatever narrative that you want on me. That don't mean that it's true though. That's basically what I was trying to get down to. Like, nigga, come on, bro. This 2025.
Oh, you had to add that shit at the end, bro.
Trust me, I'm probably gonna raise more money and have more.
You were doing so good too. Talking like you had to add that nigga.
You understand though, Trap. Society has had the standards, and this is where DEI comes into play. Because we're in a society where we can't be honest. We're in a society where we can't be honest with young people like yourself and say, hey, strive to be better, strive to do better, strive to speak properly, strive to be more professional. It takes a little bit of work, takes a little bit of mental, being mentally cognitive to try to push yourself to be better. But what we've done is we've lowered the standards in society. So yeah, you may be able to get a job now, but understand that's not a flex, bro.
Yeah, it's fashion. It's fashionable to be ghetto.
Right. Society has lowered the standards to be able to accept the fuckery. And that's not a good thing, bro. Our grandparents and our great-grandparents, that's not what they lived for. That's not what they strive for. They strive to do better and be better and work hard at it, not say, oh, everybody's got to lower the standards. Because when everybody else has to lower the standards because you're kind of like the short bus kid pulling up, it's a bad look, bro, and it's a disgrace. You should want to be able to be around, like, raise the bar up to be around and fit around the people that surround you. They shouldn't have to bring themselves down the ladder to get to you.
Yeah, you see how Sig didn't have to end his sentence with my nigga?
Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, my nigga?
Bro, because I'm trying to remind you that you guys are niggas, like, because I think you guys have your identities, like, mistaken. You are niggas. You two dudes are niggas. I don't just call you.
We're not doing this.
Have you seen me refer to
I thought Cam was white.
Have you referred to Ash as a nigga? No, I'm not referring to Pepe as
technically white Jewish native East Bay Cherokee. US,
20 years ago, Congress Block made clear the difference between black people and the N-word people. And he said the N-word people got to go. And it was true then, it's true now.
Wait, do you mean niggers?
Oh, okay. Well, you say that word because you're dumb enough to use the white man slur. I don't, and I never have.
Yeah, get on the story. Hurry up.
Ever.
Short and succinct.
Why was I called a savior? Just for speaking my opinion.
So in any event, but Sig, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. See, Ebonics is an expression of black people's expression over the centuries. So we must honor and treasure and exalt the culture that came from it. So for you to say that, say anything negative about it, well, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. We have to
doesn't jive.
People. It just doesn't work. We
have to. You want to say it doesn't jive?
But the thing I get out of this whole conversation is really you're all just jealous that you don't speak the way I do. And if you just admit it, life will be
genocide.
That's really it. That's really what it is.
No, not white people. Me specifically.
You know, he was being sarcastic, right?
Yeah, he's not on your all side. He's like the most racist.
No,
actually talk about like one by one, so we can actually see people's stance instead of just rambling.
Ash,
Yeah, there's no topic.
why must he be the biggest Tyrannosaurus Rex on stage?
Okay, whatever you say.
Alright, so let's debate on it then.
Yeah, I've got a question. Who here on stage watched of a significance any of the Charlie Kirk memorials? No, I'm not getting into it too deep. Just I wanted to know who had a chance. Just
I'm curious, brother. You can't answer
dude,
the
just
question.
one minute, por favor. Who on stage had a chance to watch a good bit of it?
I have
Just so I
not
have
watched
that.
it yet.
I watched the whole thing, Steve.
Yeah,
Oh, wonderful, sir. Okay. Well, I don't know if the other mods fell asleep. I'm trying to get them to wake up too. Anyway, if y'all have not had a chance to watch it, I would highly encourage it. It was very motivational. It was very moving. There was a lot of the gospel. I will also say that it was extremely powerful to see Mrs. Kirk say, "I forgive you." Almost makes me choke up to even think about it now, because what a powerful statement. Guys, like, we really truly have an opportunity to move forward from this as a country towards peace and towards humanizing. If you haven't had a chance to get back in your faith, if you've strayed, there's no day like today. And it can be as simple as a baby step if you feel like you're just so far away from it that you wouldn't even begin to know where to start. Or maybe you never even were on it in the first place. Go to sleep tonight. Take 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Just pray and ask God to speak to you. And it's biblical that he says that he will if you ask. So I just wanted to say that if there's one thing that you take away from today, if you watched it, or if you haven't yet, or even if you don't have time to do so, I would highly encourage you. I know that this app is full of wretchedness and wickedness, and people curse each other out, and they got Twitter fingers and chats. Everything's anon and ops and all this garbage. Let there be just one little dose of wholesome. Seriously, send up a prayer. Whether it's a family member you need him to look after, a friend, your job situation, health, anything. Just hand it up. Let that be the first step on a long journey towards your re-evangelization. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, that celebration of life. I'm not gonna call it a funeral. That celebration of life was great. It was very inspirational. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, Stephen. Even as an atheist, a lot of the religious and Christian principles of forgiveness and love, it really hit hard, man. Especially Erica Kirk, for her to say she's already forgiven the man that shot her husband. I'm not gonna say he killed him.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. That was very.
Yeah, that was very powerful.
That's why I say kudos to that's the part of religion I do respect and I do love and appreciate. That forgiveness, man. That's a powerful thing, bro. That's a hell of a woman right there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man.
I'm curious.
The Kirk family put all for the body of Christ. Like, real talk. Like, they brought back the spirit, and that's why this man get honored like that, man. Like, they killed that man's body, they killed that man's soul, man, and he killed that man's head. And that's why I'm a believer. Like, that's why I really rock that man Charlie, man. And I know he would have, if he had met a black person like me, we share so many of the same interests. He would have been inspired by me, and I've been inspired by him the same way. Like, I fuck with people like that. So, man, shouts out to his wife. That was tremendous spiritual courage, man. It takes a lot like that. It takes so much to step out of yourself and forgive somebody that took away some of the most important pieces of your life. You know. So, man, shouts out to man all
have the liberty of living under, and may no bitch ass person on this land interfere with that. So shouts out to Charlie Kirk, man. It's a sad time in America, man. We lost a real one for absolutely nothing, but it will be for something great, hopefully. So,
It will be for something great. It will be for something great. There is a real opportunity for a reawakening and a reemergence. And you know, one of the things that I did on this app for years, to the point of a broken clock, to where the mods could probably recite my pitch for me, about trying to inspire people to get engaged off this app in real politics, and don't just let your talents and knowledge be confined to this app, to actually translate your thoughts to words to actions. And there were a number of people that did. There really were a number of people that did, and that was always really special to hear about, because they would tell me, you know, after the 10th time, I finally did it, and it's so meaningful. I'm really glad that I did. But now it's not even about politics anymore, and I literally worked in it, and I'm saying it's not even about politics anymore. It's really about what we want to be as people. Who do we want to be? And I don't mean we collectively, I mean we is in terms of a whole bunch of individuals. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be positive? Do you want to add to the world? Do you want to fill people's cup? Do you want to be a contributor? Because that is a beautiful and inspiring legacy to leave. That should be what it's all about. And I'm not trying, I don't typically proselytize, you know, I'm Catholic, we don't tend to do that. But I just am so moved by today that, you know, I guess call me an evangelical Catholic tonight. I'm telling you, we're called by the word to be salt and light, which means being known by others. Hey, that is a Christ follower. That is what that means. And we are going to do it imperfectly, but they're going to see that effort, because faith without works is dead. And so I would just encourage everybody to really try and put in that effort to add to your friends, add to your family, add to the world. And if everyone did that, just imagine how things could get better. Just imagine.
I think that's the bigger picture. I think that's what people miss about the point people are missing about Charlie Kirk. This is about unification and solidarity, and that's was the spirit of Charlie Kirk. You know, this is why we're having these conversations, guys, so we can get to the point like this where everybody's chill, everybody's calm, and we can actually have civil discussions like human beings. Again, we have more in common than vice versa, and that's what we got to focus on as Americans. That was Charlie Kirk's message. What's going on?
What's going on, my brother, man? Stig, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I really could not agree with you more. Man, like, it's, I know a lot of people, like, they've been really callous about it. I just I don't get it, bro. Like, I don't understand, like, I can't believe we're that divided as a nation, but the truth is that in a lot of ways we are, man. You know, Jasmine Crockett literally said she's disappointed that only two Caucasian people, Democrats, didn't vote against the Charlie Kirk, whatever the proposition was. She said she was disappointed it was just two, and that, like, it says so much about who she is as a person. And mind you, like, I don't really like Hakeem Jeffries at all, but I will give him his props that he went across and he voted for it. So I'll give him his props, but it's sad, man. It's sad. And you know, you go in certain rooms in Clubhouse
people are very, very, very callous, bro. But you know, I don't want to think that that represents the majority. You know, whatever.
Yeah, Anthony, it was 58 Democrats. The bill was it was a resolution that condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk and condemned political violence. And 58 Democrats voted against it, including, I think you were right, including AOC. I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries voted with it, and yeah, I give him the props. I give him props for that too. You know, it's like, yeah, we sort of, I mean, what they're saying is, well, no, we won't condemn political violence if we agree with the outcome that somebody we don't like gets murdered. That's what they said today, without question. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but that's what they said today.
If we see how, again, this is another great example. Even though Hakeem Jeffries is on the opposite side of the aisle, but you see how more right-leaning, more conservative-leaning people can say, you know what, we may not like this other part of him, but he did something good and we can acknowledge that. I don't see that on the left. I rarely ever see that on the left, man.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, man. Black and white conservatives, man, we just need to unite, man. We're all against the violence in our respective communities. Like, we don't like what's going on in our inner city communities. We hate that shit. Like, we don't like it, and you all don't like the likes of the type of people who took out our beloved Charlie, brother Charlie. So, you know, I know we get on here and troll and shit, but we really all had the same or a similar mission in mind, man. And it's that, you know, like look at how, like this is what I will say, and I'm gonna say this because I was bringing up race in a negative way, but I'm gonna bring up race in a positive way. The way my white conservative brothers have responded to it has been a class act today, a class act. You feel me? And as a nation, we have to stand together against any vow that threatens our First Amendment, right? And Charlie was a great symbol of that. Somebody like that should have never have got. Now, I don't care if you disagree. There was things he said I disagree with, and there's nothing that would make that I would see somebody hurting a person like that. You know, sometimes we get so caught up on proving a point, being right, we forget we're Americans. A fellow, not a fellow, but an American took out another American for what? For our First Amendment, for exercising his First Amendment right in a respectful manner. That got young minds intrigued about politics. It's just a real shame. Every day it just hits harder for me. It hits harder for me. Like it's a happy time, but it's also a sad time. I was What I saw today gave me hope, but I'm still kind of saddened over the whole thing. And see, I agree, and I do apologize for what I said earlier, brother. You know, man, me and you, bro, we really like feel the same way about a lot of this bullshit in our community and in our country, bro. Like real talk.
I appreciate the apology and I accept it, brother. I don't hold no grudges, bro. It's all good. It's all love, man. But this is MOG then. This is where we gotta calm down the emotions and come to an understanding. Is that us coons, we don't hate black people, we don't hate ourselves, we don't hate the black community. We actually love the black community. We want to see black people doing better. I was in tears about a month and a half ago. Did you see that story that black woman
I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I see a lot of things, and just in the chat now, you see things, and this is a common sentiment of, well, we can't let a white man tell black people how to fix their problems or how to clean up their community, et cetera, anything along those sentiments, like, well, a white man can't tell us what to do. Well, I think I've lived long enough in life that sometimes life's hardest lessons come from people we hate. And sometimes the most important lessons in life come from people who we consider to be our enemies. And a lot of times when someone gives us a lesson, we hate them for it because we know it's true. Now, I can, and I know in my life, that some of those lessons have come from people that really pissed me off, that I really hated. But I wasn't so prideful that I didn't see the wisdom in what they were saying. And guess what? Sometimes those lessons came from black people and came from black men. So if I, a stupid, murderous, and who some people call a racist white man, can take corrections from a black man, are you man enough to take a correction from a white man? Or are you too prideful? Are you too smart to take the wisdom no matter where it comes from? That's my challenge to everybody here. Because I've done it. I've done it multiple times. And you know why I did it? Because they were right. And guess what? I'm better for it. So that's my challenge to everybody who's like, oh, well, we can't listen to white people. Yeah, I know, 400 years oppression, blah, blah, blah. Those were other people. You're living in today.
Man, I cannot believe day has come where I agree with your sentiments. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, MOG, I promise, in the next week or so, I'll say something really stupid and piss you off completely, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I promise, okay?
I appreciate
that way we can go back to our usual routine.
I appreciate that, brother. For sure. Thank you. Yes, sir. But yes, I agree with Alan saying, man, wisdom is wisdom. And when I heard the words Charlie said, of course it was cut up. It was cut up to misinterpret initially anyway. So when I heard the words, yeah, I was like, what? Shut your ass up. You know, like, who the fuck is you to say? But at the same time, these are my same sentiments. These are my exact same sentiments. So why would I? Why at the same time? Look, and at the same time, this is real. Because I'm like, look, hey, this is black business. We'll worry about black business. But at the same time, black business needs to understand this. Wisdom is wisdom. And there's an issue within our community. And it is up to us to address it. And that's the first step. Not to deflect. And we do that also in our community. Now, I don't want to hear that fake stat, that butchered stat about how black fathers are the most involved fathers. That is the stat not including the people who ran away, which is 70%, which is the same thing Charlie was saying. That's crazy.
And would you have read that study? Have you read that study that they use saying black men are more involved with their kids, the most involved?
Yeah, that study is
so flawed. It's flawed. It's so flawed.
It's so butchered. It is. We see that on a daily basis a daily basis in our everyday. So let's not play foolish now. And all this shooting and killing, you literally look. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You literally are killing our own in inner city communities where the real estate is appraised at the highest value in the state. You're literally in a place
place where if you just calm down and look around and assess the value that you have in yourself and the respect that you should have for one another, there are other ways to go about things. But when you cannot address that there is something wrong in you, you'll think that something's wrong with you. And that's why we're in our black community scratching our heads like, how do we fix an issue that's not even a hard issue to fix? Literally. Get from we pray, and it's because, I think it's the curse of being cool, or I don't know what it is, but it's a spiritual thing, man. At least from my aspect. But on the aspect of this Charlie situation, because I don't want to go too far from that. I am kind of a little concerned about how the left is reacting to all this. You shoot somebody in the neck, a good man, this is a good guy. I've now seen a lot more clips than the ones that were initially showed. The whole story, this is a decent guy. You don't have to agree with everything he said, but this is a decent man. So it's like, what the fuck is you shooting him for simple opinions because they're strong and he knows how to say it and he's doing something that's making an effect. And man, this is just a real wake-up call. And the response that the left is giving versus the response that the right is giving, it's really like making me never ever want to vote for nothing liberal ever again. To be honest with you, like it's sick to me. Like you're really so hateful and happy that somebody died. It's crazy. Some people were out there trying to protest the funeral. My G, how do you protest a funeral? What is going on?
Yeah.
You don't understand? What the fuck? So, man, and for his wife to say, yo, I forgive this man, knowing that this is something that she's gonna have to continuously go before God and do this on a daily basis. She's gonna have to daily forgive him on daily until it's something that's embedded in her, because this is a shocker to us all, especially the family. So it's deeper than a white and black issue, bro. Look at it at least at this. This is a fellow American who is doing not beating people up, not cussing people out, but simply stating his opinions, brother. And there's a lot of clips where he's really speaking highly about where he was like to see black people. I would like to see the same thing. He's literally saying the shit that I be saying. I don't understand that shit. What the fuck? So it's like, yo, all that bad energy will do nothing but add to the legacy of this guy. It's making him greater and greater and greater. Like, I'm a fan now. Like, real talk. Like, at first I was just like, who is? I didn't even know who he was. I had no idea who a Charlie Kirk was until all of this. So now I'm a fan, and it's really unfortunate. So hey, I hope it just lives on. I hope it continues going. I hope it continues going. Like,
Can I say something?
yeah, I got it.
Ron, you can go, and then Bree, welcome to the stage. I saw you had some disagreements, Bree, so I wanted to bring you up to see if we can have a conversation. But Rohan, you can go next. What's going on, man? Welcome.
All right, good to see you.
I won't be that long. I saw you guys quoting studies just now, so I'm glad that you like studies, because every reputable study shows that the majority of political violence in this country comes from the extreme right. Whether or not this is comfortable or, makes people feel good about themselves or not, it is what the data shows. And then, so the people that are on the side that are more likely to commit political violence are finding ways to distance themselves from that violence by trying to blame trans people, continuing a long pattern of punching down on every minority group on the planet. We are not that long removed from the Haitians are eating dogs and cats, and the Mexicans are raping same folks that spent years disparaging the death of George Floyd and saying that he died of a drug overdose and he held a gun to a pregnant woman's baby and they were in Halloween costumes with Skittles and Trayvon Martin died. These people are now the bastion of kindness and sweetness and moral high ground. And now they want to turn what is really a white man shooting another white man into something that involves black people by throwing threats that closed down multiple HBCUs on the day after Charlie Kirk passed. I mean, the whole thing is fantastic. And it ends with this newfound clutching of pearls that people, this virtue signaling and wokeism now that people used to hate. All of a sudden, that has become the uniform that they're wearing as they now are completely in shock that the country is where it is, while either supporting or staying silent as they saw some of these same things happening on their side for years. The whole thing is fantastical. I'm sorry this person got killed. People shouldn't lose their lives for speaking. But some of the pearl clutching is just, to me, tremendous. That's all I got. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Shout out to freedom of speech. You know, it's a fantastic thing, and I hope people continue to uphold it, whether or not you're on the left or you're on the right. That's all I got.
Yeah, and appreciate your contribution. I just got a couple questions for you, Rohan. You brought up the comparison of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin. Specifically George Floyd. In your mind, do you see a difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, and why some people might not be as remorseful or empathetic towards George Floyd compared to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, George Floyd is black. So a black person being assassinated by the state should be something that's really, really problematic for people. And to see it happen on video and then have some person that's like Charlie Kirk say that, oh, he was not murdered, he actually died of a fentanyl overdose, even though that's not what the autopsy says. And saying other things that were also dishonest and not true, like he held a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, as basically putting him on trial after his death. So yeah, his blackness is what did him in when it comes to certain circles of people.
So you say it's his blackness, yet the majority of people that were out protesting were white. So how could you say that it was his blackness when white America actually backed BLM and backed George Floyd?
No, white left America. The people that were on the right that tend to not have these that tend to end up in a position where they now have to defend Charlie Kirk are the same people that were posting. Matter of fact, I even found people trying to delete some of the things that they posted about George Floyd now, because now that they're the newfound moral high ground. There's a site, an account on Twitter that says this you is this you, and all it does is it finds previous tweets of people and then try to match it up with things that they say now. Look at that account and just laugh your ass off at some of the people posting Skittles with Trayvon Martin's death, now having to try to delete it while saying, well, you should never disparage the dead. I mean, miss me with all that bullshit. I'm not the one. If other people on here buy into that stuff, it's okay. Buy into it. It's not me. Skip me with it. That's all.
Yeah,
It was my opinion.
The thing is that if you're trying to make the difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd a black and white issue, I would beg to differ. A lot of, I mean, here's Rohan, people's past matter. Every other facet of life, we rely on people's past. Background checks, credit checks, resumes. So to sit up here and say, try to absolve someone of their past, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that'll
with Trayvon Martin. Wanted to do the same thing with multiple black people that lost their lives at either the hands of other people that they support or at the hands of the actual state-sanctioned murder in the street. So why, when every time that happens to black people, they find ways to disparage? Well, let's go back and see if he broke a pencil in third grade. This is what they do as a rule. And then the people that tend to be the victims of the speech, because speech does matter, right? I'm not saying that you argue the opposite, but speech matters. So the people that have been the victim of this speech for years, the speech about Mexicans being rapists, and saying, this is Charlie Kirk specifically, saying that, well, we're going to dump 100,000 Haitians into your city, and they're going to become your masters, and then the Haitians are eating the cat, all this stuff. The people that are the victims of that are now being asked to feel empathy for their abusers. But the people that just think about that.
Yeah, but
I don't want to go too long because I want to speak, but I mean, come on.
You're saying victims of speech. What tangible harm happened to these people based on this man just stating his opinion based on what he's observed?
Sure.
We can actually show tangible victims of George Floyd's actions. Can you show me one tangible victim where they were tangibly adversely affected, where it harmed them based on this man just holding up a microphone and having conversations?
Sure. Two things. Again, George Floyd, if you smack, I like how you're saying about George Floyd, right? Because the same thing that I'm saying with George Floyd happened to Trayvon Martin. Go on Twitter right now and search for Trayvon Martin Skittles and see how many results you get. If you want, you can do it in real time.
Okay.
So no. You want to hold on. You want to stick on George Floyd because it kind of makes it kind of makes a point that to me doesn't exist. But this is something that is symptomatic across it. George Floyd is just the last big version of this, right? So to the extent that George Floyd did something in his past makes no bearing on his death. And then to have people, it does not. To be killed in the street. To be killed in the street for some type of whatever he was being killed in the street for by the police has no bearing on something he did 10 years earlier. I'm sorry. In your mind that works. It doesn't work with anything. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you a not thinking person, but you're not thinking right now on this particular subject. It does not.
No. Because this is the problem that we have as black people, is that when it comes to positive things, we'll take it all day. Just like when it comes to stereotyping. Black women are most educated. I've never heard a black woman stand up and say, well, not all. Black women have great complexion, skin complexion, and aesthetic features. I've never heard them say not all. But if you say, hey, black women have the worst attitudes, then there's a fucking there's a level of hypocrisy and irony, Rohan, that we only accept the good, but not the bad. And I'll give you an example of someone's past actually affecting their death. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, George Washington Carver, all these great black people that have passed, Madam C.J. Walker, what they did in their past affects their legacy. We only accept it because it's good. But the minute someone's past negatively affects their legacy, then we have a problem. That by definition, Rohan, is hypocrisy. So if you're going to state the rule that, hey, what you did in your past should not affect your legacy when you die, then we've got to get rid of the good and the bad together. We can't just accept the good and then want to throw the bad out just because it doesn't benefit the narrative.
I mean, one last comment so other people can speak, and I appreciate the time to speak. I'm talking about the cause of death. We live in a country where you are not supposed to be murdered for a past crime that you did 10 years before by the state. This is basic, right? It's not North Korea, right? So I'm not saying you're arguing this, but it's really, really close to arguing that. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. Two, if you're talking about people do bad things and regardless of the cause of their death, it can affect their legacy, I actually agree with that. That's why I'm saying that yes, if you do or say, which you don't believe in, I think, or say bad things, it can affect your legacy. So to the extent that you are saying disparaging things about black people, community that I tend to find myself in because I am black, then you can't then expect black people to show this level of empathy that you would otherwise find in other situations. And to the trying to like twist your arm, especially when these people are the people that are well known for saying deplorable things about everybody else for years, and now they have this level of sensitivity that did not exist when it comes to people that look like me. Miss me with that. That's all I'm going to say, bro. I really appreciate the time to speak. Thank you. You've been very fair, and I'll go on mute unless other people speak.
Yeah, if I can jump in, to be fair, Rohan, all people will forgive the sins of their friends and people they like. That's human nature. Yeah, Bob, yeah, he gets drunk at parties, but yeah, he's a good guy, we like him. Yeah, he threw up my carpet, but then he gave me some money the next day. That's just human nature. So, we're all going to do that. The issue here, and yes, I understand why black people and white people who are sympathetic to black people are going to defend George Floyd. And I think you're smart enough to understand why white people are defending Charlie Kirk. I think the difference here is how vehemently the Democrats are going after him in this particular case. And a lot of things have pointed to that, and my assessment is they're trying to deflect from their guilt and responsibility over what happened. But that isn't the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is I don't think I will ever convince you, nor do I think there's any point of George Floyd's character and why that makes a difference. But let's be clear, the left is not going to convince the right that Charlie Kirk was a bad man. And we can argue, well, he said this and he said that, etc., etc. But the left is saying it to say, well, he said these things, therefore he's a bad man, therefore we should not mourn him. And I think that's what people are objecting to. But as far as his character or everything else, no, the jury's out on that. And the right has decided he's someone worth mourning over, he's someone worth defending. And the fact is that now he went from 3,500 turning point chapters to now it's going to be, there's going to be 40,000 of them throughout the United States. So I think this particular issue is settled.
I'm not too surprised. It's national saying that I'll go down. I'm not too surprised that the right have decided that this is a good person that they support, because the right has been comfortable for years supporting deplorable speech, right? So this is not surprising. I would be surprised if it were the other way. They were comfortable supporting every type of misogyny, every type of hatred against Mexicans, every type of proclamation against black people or shithole countries or Haitians eating dogs or blah blah blah, or grabbing women with a pussy, or I mean everything. So the fact that they find this person who has said these things against people that look like me, and they find that this is a good person for them to support, is not a surprise at all. It would be surprised if it were the other way around. So anyhow, that's all I got. I'm gonna go right now.
All right, cool. Thank you. And I do appreciate the civil dialogue, Ron. Oh, shit. We can stay back up on the stage, man. But I do have to give you, your props for a respectful dialogue, Ron. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Bree, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning, City.
How are you?
Lovely at 2 o'clock in the morning, as lovely as I can be.
Good. All right. So I seen your comments in the chat. Saw your emojis. What do you disagree with, Bree?
I don't really, I guess I would just simply say it. I'm still mourning Emmett Till. I'm still mourning to their rights. I'm still mourning these innocent lives that were taken and mocked online, since we're not talking about rape. I'm just looking at a pattern of mockery. So, you know, you're seeing a wolf cry. That's just how I feel about the situation. That's really about it. I don't think it's about, I guess I said it earlier, it's not trying to make it a black or white thing. Okay, if we're not going to make it a black or white thing, we're going to keep it as, I guess, let's keep it political, as the right and the left. These are the same wolves that I watch. And maybe my algorithms are a little different. That even being in the comment sections, getting, I don't know if y'all remember being banned on Facebook, Facebook jail, over 800 comments and even memes of these children murdered. So when we talk about numbers and statistics, we're the minority. Of course, it's magnified. When something happens, your margin is going to be larger. So, you know, looking at these children again, looking at these memes of not even just these, as of then, they're still laughing. And now it's like, now that your grandma died or your superhero done died, it's like, okay, can you have some empathy and compassion for me? Listen, my grandma died on the 8th. I don't hear nobody over here complaining or crying. I mean, at the end of the day, we as a country have become desensitized to death in a whole, in general. So, hey, at this point, it's above me. This ain't got nothing to do with me. If we talk about nature versus nurture, the shooter, the actual shooter, was raised in a conservative household. He was nurtured under those values, under those principles. So whatever made him turn, whatever made him decide to go against this man, only him and the FBI during this interview is going to find out. It ain't got. I think, you know, this reverse psychology, or the attempt at it to pull on my heartstrings. Why you need my sympathy or empathy? Y'all the majority, you know. So if we talk about conservatism, you're the majority. My little opinion shouldn't even matter. So if you say, well, man, this doesn't move you, no. Like I was saying earlier, this is like another day in the neighborhood, right? People die all the time. People die every day, B. So at this point, what are we talking about? How does the one person, and you don't get to speak and share hateful rhetoric and slap Christianity on it and tie it in a pretty bow and box it up and say, oh my gosh, he's a great Christian man. Hell, I know a lot of black Christian men, and they still get demonized. So at this point, I love my black brothers who love their black women, who honestly can be actual leaders. And when I say leaders, I mean, I'll back up what I said in the chat. There's no reason somebody who don't know the ins and outs of your house can tell you how to clean up your house. You should be strong enough to know what the problem is. If you have an infestation in your home, there's no reason why. Common sense and logic, you need to go ahead and hire an exterminator to tell you got a rat in your house when you see it with your own 2 eyes. Then you sit here as a supposed leader and say, man, I needed this exterminator to tell me I had an infestation problem. If that's what it took for you to say you have an infestation problem, there's a bigger problem at hand.
So then, okay, so take that logic, and I had a couple questions based on something you said in the past, but let's address this very last point you made. So if that's the case, Bree, can you admit that in our community we have problems that we need to take care of, and it shouldn't take other ethnicities to tell us that?
Yes.
Okay, so then why is there so much animosity if we know we have problems? And it's not like our problems are contained
lower. Is that not correct? Is that not?
Repeat that one more time so I can grasp it, because I didn't quite grasp what you.
Okay, since we're talking numbers here, if we have 100 to match their 100, if 50 of ours do a crime and 50 of theirs do a crime, is our margin not going to be higher than theirs?
Yeah, that's you see, your math isn't math, and that's where you're wrong. So if they have 100 and we have 50, right?
No, I didn't say that we had 50. So
I know you didn't say that. I'm correcting what you said, and just trying to explain to you what it should be. So the way the margin's going to work is if they have 100 and 20 of their people are committing a crime, and let's say we have 20 and 10 of our people are committing a crime, technically in raw numbers, yeah, they're going to be committing more crime, but the margin and the percentage is going to be higher than ours, and that's what we're looking at. The frequency, right? The rate at how often it happens, that's the determining factor of how good or bad something is. So then that means our rate and our frequency of committing violent crimes is way higher. That's a problem. We shouldn't be above what the biggest group is. We should be either right at that margin or we should be below it. Once we cross the bigger group, that's when people are going to start noticing and saying, hey, why are you such a small population, but now the frequency of how often you commit crimes is exceeding everybody else, and everybody else that is 5 times more of a population.
Okay.
That's not a good thing, and that's how it's mapped up.
See, you're absolutely wrong with those numbers, and that's where the shit becomes inflated. One, we know Black Americans were criminalized and marginalized. For one, we make up more than 55% of all violent exonerations, and on top of that, the prison population numbers that Charlie Kirk was pulling out of his ass, literally came from the depths of each cheek. Okay, so the numbers that you're saying weren't even accurate. He sourced up where he got those numbers from. He just quoted them and people believed it for whatever fucking reason. Because we've been marketing about the criminal behavior of Black and African Americans, which drew on the ongoing institution of slavery through the criminal mindset. So when you criminalize a group of people, the only way that slavery is possible through the criminal element, guess what they're going to do? Of course they're going to create guns and put it in our neighborhoods. Of course they're going to create gang wars. Of course they're going to create drugs and crime elements. Even when BLM was popping off, it was Black folks that were starting those riots, or white officers, white police officers, white people in general infiltrating those things. And it's just amazing that we focus on the degeneracy of our population, but no one else. Because if we were to look at really violent, really fucked up, there's no comparison to white society, to Black society. There's nothing about them that is peaceful. There's nothing about them in antiquity that was ever even simple. Black Americans are the only people that were oppressed the way that we were and did not burn down whole communities and start whole fucking revolutionary wars over the fucking price of tea in China, literally, right? So if we're talking about that, there's a reason why they have to brand us that way. There's a reason why the narrative is spun that way. I'm not saying that there's no degeneracy. There's degeneracy in every single population. You could compare the worst of us to the best of them.
Yeah, you know what?
Yes, I agree with that whole. I wasn't finished, but I do appreciate Cypher coming in and back that up. And so that was my point as far as when you talk about the frequency. And it's like, where's the outrage with Charlie Sheen? Why are you hyper focused on a community that you don't live in? No, Charlie Sheen. Yeah, I'm talking about not Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about Charlie Sheen spreading HIV. Because this is my thing. It was swept under the rug so briefly. Like they have enough to keep them busy. Why, when now Charlie Kirk goes on his platform, is it focused on what Black men should be doing in their community? He has never been raised in a hood. This doesn't affect him at all.
It doesn't matter
they're on RTI, if they're receiving RTI interventions, if they have an IEP, if they're on a 504 plan. So if that child who used to get F's is now getting B's, yes. If that child who's getting B's is getting C's, yes.
That's not what I see. You have to. You see, I just doing a whole bunch
You
of.
have, you see, it's no. You just asked a real scenario.
Bree, I asked you a simple
it's not
question.
black and white.
Bree, it is. It's a very simple question. This is what you guys do.
And I gave you a simple answer, but I accepted, and I said yes.
Bree,
Say
if your children came home with 4 D's and 2 D's, would you accept that? Would you give them a thumbs up and say, "Great job"?
If I knew their background, yes. If I knew their struggles, yes.
So you would be okay with your children with having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card. You wouldn't try to figure out what's going on or there needs to be some improvement. You wouldn't try to talk to your kids and figure out what's going on. So you think that's a good report card and you would accept that?
Do you know what RTI is?
I don't care because it has nothing to do with it. If you ask me the same
Everything
question.
it has everything to do with the scenario you're giving.
No,
You just don't like the answer because you don't know what it is.
It's not about me not liking the answer. It's about having an honest conversation. So if you were to
Have
ask me the
honest
same question.
conversation. I just gave you an honest answer. You want my answer to be no.
Bree,
Sig,
stop. I didn't
you're
overtalk
not
you,
going to change
Bree, I
my
didn't
answer.
overtalk you. Bree, I didn't overtalk you. Don't get disrespectful. Did you see how Rohan conducted himself?
That's Rohan. Well, raised by his mama.
Okay,
And
so
I was
what I'm
raised by
gonna
mine.
do is I'm gonna ask you politely and respectfully to not cut me off and let's have an honest adult dialogue like Rohan and I did. So if you were to ask me the same question, Bree, Sig, would you accept your kids? And I have 2 sons. Would you accept your kids coming home with 4 D's and 2 C's? My answer would be hell no. Because I want my kids to get the best grades possible to open up more doors of opportunity for them. So again, would you it's a simple question. Would you accept your kids having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? Okay, let me
Microphone back. I'm gonna wait till you put your microphone back up so I can answer. So you don't accuse me of overtalking you. Now you're about to overtalk me.
Okay, see, you asked a question. No, because this
You
is the
asked a
problem.
question.
You don't have
You
to
just
ask.
asked a question.
You don't. Okay, I'm not doing this, man. I'm not doing this low IQ shit. I'm not doing it. This is the problem with you people. It's a very simple fucking conversation. No parent would accept their kids coming home with 4 D's and 2 C's on a fucking report card. They would have a problem with it. Okay, any parent that gives a fuck about their kids. And the point that I was trying to make, what's up, Saif? What's up?
The reason why if
he turns 21, 22, 23, you know, whenever he's out of the house, he knows that he's going to go to employers and they're going to have 200 people in front of him, and they're not going to care whether or not he had challenges or not. He's either got to make the grade or he's out. It's your, as a parent, it's your job to care about that and help him guide him through those challenges. But you know the real deal. I mean, you know what's going to happen when all is said and done. Yeah, and it's like, that's what's so infuriating about those kinds of answers. Yes, she's right. If you had a child, and I've known people who've had children with serious behavioral issues, etc., that weren't their fault, and they were working with teachers and all of that. And yes, what she was saying was true, but that is not the usual. That's not the usual.
It's a deflection. Let's just keep it real. It's a deflection. It's a deflection. Because again, when you start asking specific questions and start breaking down the logic, and it's going to start showing flaws in people's arguments, they do shit like that to try to avoid.
And this became a bit emotional, right? Yeah, I get it.
And then I've been off. Yeah, just because I'm off mute, and I gave her the respect of letting her talk and trying to hear her out and understand her point. So to go into I'm just gonna wait for you to think. Now you're just being a fucking asshole. Like, come on, man. Let's be adults here. But the point cipher was that based on her answer, well, Charlie Sheen and white people in it. If your kid came home with bad grades and you said, hey, you got bad grades, I'm not gonna accept that. There's a problem here. We need to nip this stuff in the bud. And your kid said, well, Billy down the street got all F's. You're not gonna be like, oh, okay, and then deflect the focus on Billy. What's your answer gonna be? I don't give a fuck about Billy or what he's doing. He's not my fucking child. He's not my responsibility.
They didn't die for the freedom. They didn't.
Yeah, they
They
did.
did not free.
They
did not
did.
die. No, they. Alan. Literally, they did not die for the slavery and enslavement of Black Americans. They died for the preservation of their economic position against the South.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spent most of my life on the left, and the right and the slave states seceded specifically because they wanted to keep slavery. Now imagine, and here's a little
Slavers were Democrats.
Here's a little thought experiment. Imagine if the North said, "Hey, you know what? We're good. You want to secede? We're good. You secede. We won't have slavery here. You can have slavery." First of all, no one would have died. And how long would it have been before slavery was abolished in the South?
Well, it would have already happened in two. On top of that, at that time frame, right before the Civil War, there was 200,000 free blacks in the North, 255,000 free blacks in the South, 4,000 black slave owners that owned their families, and 400 of which owned more slaves than white people and were more diabolical and worse than white people. And some of those black slave masters owned white people.
Yeah, okay. But the point is,
true dynamics. The only reason why we're having. Hold on, Alan. Let me add this other piece because I've got to reiterate this point to your argument. I'll be very brief. The only reason why that war happened, brother, is because the industrial complex of the North could not withstand the independence of the South, undermining their political, social, economic infrastructure, which would have weakened the North.
yeah, but it wouldn't have been the end of the North. But that's not the point of my argument. The point is the North didn't have to do anything. They chose to, and you might have spoken, what you're saying may be true, but it was still based on the issue was always about slavery. And it's like suddenly, slavery was an issue slavery was an issue when the Constitution was written, as we are always reminded. Slavery was an issue as each state was added, whether or not it was a slave state or a free state. Slavery was the declared issue when the South seceded. But then, we will be reminded of all the times that slavery was a big issue in this country. But then when this country started, the people in this country started killing each other, suddenly it wasn't about slavery. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying. But
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro. But you're a little bit conflated on the history marker, right? The original slaves were white European, Eastern Yugoslavian people. The Slavs were where the word slave comes from.
I know
that. That's with that institution. The difference with that institution and chattel slavery is that it became perpetuitous. And the first person to own a slave in perpetuity was a black man from Uganda.
I know.
1609. racism and white supremacy, which is a narcissistic ideology formatted by air quote white people, right? It's rooted in ignorance and fear, and that perpetuates a deeper wound and a deeper economic turmoil where America has missed out on over 116, well, more than 16 trillion, but they'll say $16 trillion in economic boost. But I would gather anywhere of $100+ trillion were missed opportunities due to racism and white supremacy, which also impacted poor whites who were also slaves, known as carpetbaggers and lower society people. So when we really unpack the real history of what this all is about, it's not just about the slave and slave, because slavery is not our history, bro. There's so much more dynamics to Black American civility and our identity.
What does that have to do with us gunning each other down in record numbers today in 2025?
Because of racism and white supremacy.
So
Plays a part in that. That plays at least 60%.
Cypher, that's not true, because if that was the case, is America more racist now, or was it more racist before the 1960s?
Now that is a tricky question, and the reason why I would say that is because just because some shit isn't in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. So I would elect to say two parts on that. It is more in your face. It was more in your face prior to 1960 than it is now, but I don't really see a shift or change. In fact, it's probably more racist because we now see that shit on the fucking news. It's marketing.
Okay, sir, you understand you had the state actually incorporating laws that told Black people, you can't do this, and this is law. What laws exist now that tell Black people, you can't go to this school, you can't use this restroom, you can't open this business, you can't buy property here? What laws are on the book right now that are enforced by the state?
To that point, that's why I said it was more in your face then than it is now. Dog was some politics. If we look at water in 1981, right? Lee Atwater, he's the one that started the initiation or uncovered the dog whistle politics and how it's been playing a part in all of this time, and it was really ran by the Democrats for real. Because the Black folks have always been conservative. So I would say to you, to your point, there's really no difference. It's just more in your face back then than it is.
Okay, so then was it more racist back then, or is it more racist now?
And to be fair, I would say it's the same. It's just different. It's a different.
Okay, so then what laws are on the books right now being enforced that are stopping Black people from being able to read?
I'm not saying that, brother. Listen.
Okay.
I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do. But you just see what I did?
Let me, because what you just did isn't making sense. And right now you're being disingenuous. What laws are on the books? What laws are on the books right now telling you that you can't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
None.
Okay. Were there laws in the books before the 1960s where the state enforced and told you you couldn't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
Yes.
Okay. So just based off those
You know what
examples.
You know what it became? You know what it became? The HOA. You know what it became? You know what it became? Hold on. Let me tell you what the policies. I'm saying policies. I'm articulating. Listen, hold on, Sid. Walk with me now. Walk with me. We're not far apart, brother. Hold on.
Cypher.
We're not far.
Is it HOA? Is it HOA a law enforced by the state?
No. But allow me to finish articulating it, though, brother, so I can tie next point.
No, because what, Cypher, you just brought up an HOA versus the actual.
You're not allowing me to finish the point. That's not the only point, bro.
Because as soon as you say HOA, that's
Cypher, let me jump in here.
No, let me finish, Alan. Really quickly, I'll be quick, Alan. So you can't
Stop.
Let me finish what I was saying.
No, because we're gonna break this.
Why can I finish what I was saying?
Because
we're asking a question, I'm answering.
We're HOA. No. But an HOA is not enforced by the state. It's not the state saying you cannot do this. HOA is a privately owned sector. It's not a public sector.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, brother.
So then again. What I'm saying, Cypher, is that back then you actually had the state in laws that they enforced telling black people they can't do this and they can't do that simply because of their skin color. That has no comparison, absolutely no comparison to a privately owned HOA where people privately make up their own rules in their little subdivision, okay? So again, there was way more racism back then because there were actual laws on the books that could be enforced and put you in jail if you were to try to do something as a free American simply because of the color of your skin. And this goes back to just a moment before we got on this point, is that if you're trying to blame systematic and historic racism, why didn't we see our grandparents and great-grandparents who actually had way worse instances of racism, why weren't they gunning each other down at the same rates that we are now?
Bro, let's you cut me off on the one instance when I was giving you a myriad of things to support my claim. Well, remember what I said is that it's really, in my opinion, I said it was tricky when you asked that question. It was black and white. I said it's tricky because it was more in your face then than it is now. And just because it's not in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. And you asked for examples of that. You asked me the question, yes or no, and was there any laws that stop you from where you want to reading, from where you want to live, and all this? I said no, and that's true. I answered it first, and then I gave you the dynamic. We stopped at HOA, even though there's more examples. But to that point, HOA rules are backed at state level statutes and grant HOA authority to create and enforce covenants, conditions, restrictions, CCs and CCNRs, and federal laws like Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, also imposing limitations on these rules. While not all HOA rules are enforced by police, laws regarding safety, noise, and pets can be. Additionally, federal laws protect homeowners' rights and install a satellite dish to display, in an example, to install a satellite dish to display the American flag. There's declarations and covenants, conditions, and restrictions. That's the CCNR, right? That goes into the local HOAs. The state statutes back these things up. So HOAs, all they did was privatize their industries and make compelling situations for people that do move in their neighborhoods to experience the same level of racism. It's just not in your face as much, which is one part of it. School busing is another one. Underfunding schools and curriculums are also by the Heritage Foundation and other racist foundations, and the Rockefeller Foundation that created the school curriculum that gave this information purposely to Black Americans. I'm not using that as an excuse for our degeneracy even still, but I am saying it creates more of a hurdle for us that live in a more civilized, viable society, which only creates that challenge, creates solutions for people like myself creates a challenge for people like myself to create solutions to combat that at a private level, where most Black people don't feel as empowered to do something about it, right? So to your point, yes, what you're saying is true. The racism is not so much in your face, but what I am saying is that it's also hidden inside of our politics, inside of the media, inside of your social economic systems and infrastructures. And we have been so normalized to it, most people don't want to see it, and most people can't see it.
So what you just brought up as far as the HOAs, again, HOAs don't say because you're Black, these rules apply to you. They apply to everyone living in that community. And the reason why I know this is because, again, an objective source, we can go on the internet and type up HOA fuck me over
not really, brother. Go ahead, Alan. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm
let me
responding.
because the thing, the real problem, and Cypher, I appreciate this conversation because usually you and I are yelling at each other, and let's not stop doing that at a later date. But
you know, you're my favorite troll. Sometimes we have our moments.
Yeah, but seriously, the narrative that there was hidden racism. I'm going to say something. Let me concede the point. What you're saying is true. It's there. It's around. It's everywhere. It's systematic. That idea and the focusing on that, does that serve the black people in that black community in the best way to be, because here's the thing, it's insidious. If there is, think about it, if you tell if you tell not only your kids but your adults, okay, there's a guy and he's got an AR-15. I know, Sig, that just came to mind. All right, well, Sig, give me a better gun that isn't so popular. Okay, you're not giving me anything. All right.
I'll give you M249 saw. Okay,
an M249. Now, he's out there, and he might get you. We don't know
You
where.
literally went out for about 15 seconds, bro. The last thing I heard you say was Sig, and then you said, I don't mean to, and then it went for 4 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They are 15.
Yeah, so let's say he's got the gun, Sig said. What did you say, Sig? The
M249, yeah.
And the M249. And let's say someone in a position of authority tells you, okay, there's a guy, he's got an M249. He's out there. You don't know where he is. You don't know when he might shoot at you. You don't know if he's going to hit you or if he's going to miss. But he's out there. Now go off and go to school. Go off and try and get a job. Okay? It is going to cripple you. I mean, I think you can see that. And I can't, I can't get too deep into it, but it seems to me, and to be clear, I blame the left for this, but the left has preached this to not only black people, but other minorities for so long that it becomes a self-defeating prophecy. How can anybody function if they are so paranoid about something that they're looking for a monster in every corner? Now again, it may or may not be true, but the fact is, people, if you have a more positive, outlook on life, it will serve you better, regardless of your background. I don't know. I realize I'm going off on a kind of, a hippie tangent here. But just for me, that is my problem. And I say that in light of everything Sig said, because I don't think that hidden racism that you talk about is as prevalent as everybody says it is. And I think it can be ignored enough. And in some ways it's better that it be ignored.
specifically could not relate, even though he's trying to empathize. And I can respect his empathy, right? And there is some truth to what he said in terms of perception and fear. That's true. It does handicap Black Americans, and sometimes we use racism as a fucking excuse. Okay, Zig, I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think we
Okay.
Hey,
So, but it doesn't nonetheless. Hold on, Alan. It doesn't nonetheless make what has happened, what still is happening, any less true, right? There are navigations. There is a maze that you have to go through. Some people don't experience racism at other levels that others do, right? Some people are aware that are self-aware in certain households. There's something that one of my favorite trolls on this app said that was very, very profound to me. He doesn't say many things that's profound, but what's his name? Haitian. He said, motherfuckers talk about the school to prison pipeline, but they never talk about the family to prison pipeline. And that is a very profound thing. But you know, when that highlights this egregious act of what racism does, which, by the way, also, let me reiterate, impacts poor whites as well. But the racism and the white supremacist ideology has targeted and used law enforcement and politics and social, economic, and political climates and arenas, people, places, and things to specifically target the Black family structure. And we know it, it's well documented, and it's still going on today, and we're still also feeling the effects from it. And we've never been healed from it, not even financially repaired. Put that to the side. There's never been no emotional reparation to where motherfuckers like, let me give you some mental health about this shit. You never got us unpacked from that. So some people are carrying around some epigenetic trauma. Now, I would also say that works both ways, because those that inflicted said trauma are also suffering from epigenetic trauma / narcissism, sociopathic disorders. It is the white man's problem to fix racism. It's the Black man's problem to heal from it. We can't use it as an excuse or a handicap reason. That would be bullshit. However, it's not our problem to fix and reconcile. And the reason why most people are adverse to it, because it's an indictment to their character or how they were raised, and it also demonstrates how little they don't know about society and our culture specifically. So because of this jealousy and the envy of the world is upon us, despite all of the things that they highlight, there's more talk about Black American degeneracy than there ever has been about our obvious positive impact on the fucking earth. You can't name anything about the world without mentioning us, because we've also curated and created the modern society in which we live. And if you unpack the truth of who we are, we've always played an integral role, even in Roman society, German society, European society as a whole, getting them out of the dark ages through the Renaissance and the medieval periods, even all the way up till today when it comes to modern civilization.
Okay,
but I'm learning right here. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, like when we sit here and talk all damn day, Black and white rooms about Black degeneracy, but we never unpack white shit. And when we do start to do that, there's this aversion to it. That right there is also a form of racism and white supremacy. Y'all have to fix that, right? But Black folks can't use that. As a matter of fact, a nigga like me, I'm like Django in this whole matter. I love it. I love white supremacy and racism because it gives me the opportunity to create solutions. It also is entertainment as fuck to me because I also look at it as the personification of ignorance and fear. It gives me an opportunity to kind of like abuse people verbally and ruin their fucking self-esteem. And I honestly, admittedly, like doing that. And it's not the best thing morally. I'm not saying that Jesus approved this shit, but I find it fucking entertaining. To me, it hasn't stopped me from sitting at certain tables and doing what I'm doing. In fact, It's part of the reason why I do it. But I also know that also impacts my mixed nephews and not nephews and nieces, but my mixed cousins who are white and black, who are also Latino and black. It fucking impacts some of my white friends that feel guilty for shit that their parents have said and did. Unfortunately, I also have to deal with being a black man in America, which sometimes, I feel safer being in South America because of what I've experienced in racism in America. And I also know the role that I played in some of my own bullshit. So if I can look at this from a holistic perspective and still call out the problem, while also maintaining a sense of accountability for my own self-determination to be a free person.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, Cypher, at the end of the day, the problems that exist in the black community today, it's got nothing to do with slavery. It's got nothing to do with red line. It has nothing to do with what white people have done. So again, no, there's no sick nothing. It's the fact that we have a choice. Okay, whether the white man put crack in our neighborhoods, whether the white man passed a Great Society Act that encouraged our families to be broken, we still had to make the choice to fall into that trap.
Yeah, but why do we have to be superhuman, Sig? Like, why?
You know, it's not being superhuman. So our ancestors, our great grandfathers and great grandmothers, they weren't superhuman. They were just normal. They did what humans have done since the beginning of the time, which is a man and a woman get together, create a union, and then underneath the umbrella of that union, have children and raise a family.
And they suffered greatly. But what are you not understanding?
Okay, so if they were able to do it, with more suffering,
no, but a lot of them died. Like you're making
the
stuff up.
majority of them didn't die because
A lot of people did die and suffer, and they also
how many blacks were in the United States in the 1960s?
I have to look it up. I don't know.
Okay, it was around 11 million. Okay, what's the black population now in the United States?
I would have to look you have to go now, Alan,
No, I have
right?
to
Like,
go
now that I'm
because
here to bring some more
it's
facts,
12,
now you have to
it's
go.
12 midnight, and the fairy, I changed back into a liberal. The fairy godmother, it only lasts for so long. I turn into a liberal now, so I have to go. Okay, so, anyways, have a good one. Thanks.
All right, you too, Al. Take care, man. Good night. Go ahead, Dr. Davis.
So, Sig, I was listening
Hey,
to
good morning to you. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning and thank you. I was listening to you all's conversation, and I just think that there's some blatant blind spots that you have. So I'm gonna address like some of your rhetoric because it's flawed. So I think to start off, Black people are human beings. That's number one. We are not superhuman, even though what we have survived and what we have done in the face of adversity has sometimes appeared to be superhuman because you look and you're like, wow, how did you do that? Like, how did you achieve that against all of these odds? Okay? One of the things that Cypher was trying to explain to you is that racism, the system of white supremacy, it hasn't gone away. It has transformed, but it keeps the same ideals. And so our grandparents, for example, a lot of them didn't even have television, right? So they weren't programmed psychologically to hate themselves. That's number one. Number two, they were making some of their own films, race films, because white people felt more comfortable, quote unquote, allowing Black people to be in their sort of own worlds. And that ended. In fact, I mean, I could go down the list in terms of race films. I could go down the list in terms of the Negro baseball leagues and the different things that we did on our own. And every single time, white people, aka the people who practice the system of white supremacy, infiltrated and destroyed our independent productions. Okay? So what's happening now, and I agree with you to a certain extent, Sig, no, we can't just make excuses, but your conclusion is what is flawed. You, for some reason, think that this is a conservative versus liberal, Republican versus Democrat issue. It's not. You also think that it is your job. I don't know why, Sig, and I don't know you. I'm just telling you what I've observed. You seem to think that it's your job to align yourself with white American men. And I think it's because you just don't really understand what's going on.
What gives you that impression that I don't understand?
Everything that you said, your conversation with Cypher, some things that I've heard in the past. But let me just continue, because it's not a personal attack. I am
No,
making an
I'm just trying to
observation.
figure out what gave you the impression that I don't understand this. So.
Oh, everything that you said, like your denial. Okay, so I'll go down the list. Literally, your denial about you don't understand racism. You think that it has to be something that's super blatant, and that it has to be on the laws. You don't understand the transformation from the blatant legalities of racism that just reinforced the social order, like during slavery and Jim Crow, to what Cypher was trying to explain to you in terms of the privatization of it all. And that's the whole point of it, is that once the law started to be enforced, an entire like subsystem of privatization occurred, and that was still racism. It was still meant to exclude. It was still meant to reinforce the system of white supremacy. And you just seem to completely ignore that. So one of the things you were asking about.
There's no bearing on my life right now.
Well, it may not have. Okay, so Sig, maybe you're an exception. You might be an outlier.
That's not true.
Okay, but it has an effect on the majority of us in a number of different ways. Well, let me explain. Hold on. So Cypher explained to you. He said the
HOA, which actually is not incorrect. I laughed because I was like, that's a I mean, I didn't expect that example. But even before then, you had restrictive covenants. Like the result of redlining, even when redlining was shot down, you had restrictive covenants. Some of them are still in place today. You were asking, is there anything on the laws? In the laws? Is there anything on the books? Yes, Sig, there are restrictive covenants today. And even the ones that might appear that like, oh, this is in writing, we don't practice that. First of all, they're still there. And second of all, you can still practice a restrictive covenant without actually having it in writing. So your presentation to Cypher that everything is fine. Can I move into a white community if I want to? And he said yes, but it's maybe. That's the answer. Maybe. It depends on which white community you want to move to, because you cannot move to any white community that you want to.
Name one white community that a black family can move into.
The ones that still have restrictive covenants.
Name one.
I mean, I would have to look it up, Sig, but I mean,
do you see how fucked up that is?
It's fucked up to still have restrictive covenants in 2025.
But here's the thing, though. You said that it still exists. So I said, okay, give me a neighborhood or a city where this exists. If it's that fucking prevalent, you should be able to just run them right off. But you're saying you have to look it up.
Well, okay, so no.
So it's
wait,
hold on,
let me be clear. Hold on, let me be clear, Sig. It's in every city. It's in every Sig. It's in every city.
Then give me one. Just all I'm asking is for one then.
Atlanta,
So a lot of cities
for
in the state, you
example.
should be able to give me at least one.
Atlanta, Georgia. Even as black as it is.
The Black Mecca, where
Yes.
that's probably one of the most affluent black cities.
Yes, and even at
So they go to Alpharetta.
that's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up.
What you're saying, the most affluent black city, the most affluent black city, you're saying.
Exactly. Marietta. This is why I said it like Sig. Hold on. I said Atlanta because it is considered the Black Mecca. And my point is that even in the Black Mecca, with all of these high achieving black people, there are restrictive covenants in that city.
But yet it didn't restrict that area from becoming the Black Mecca.
But it still restricts black people from moving to
Marietta
certain
and Alpharetta
areas.
is different from Atlanta. Marietta and Alpharetta is different from Atlanta.
So what's the white population makeup of those two cities?
But you see how you want to get into
You know how you moving the goalposts, though?
It doesn't Sig. I gave you a bastion. Sig,
What is the white population makeup?
Sig, we have to look it up, but
Look it up.
So then what
Here we go.
What I'm gonna suggest, because here's the thing, if you ask me for evidence, I'm not gonna give you, well, I gotta look it up. No, if I'm going to
How am
do
I supposed to
something,
know all the stats about a particular city? Sig, that's ridiculous.
because if you're going to try to convince me to change my mindset, I would expect you to show some adequate evidence.
I don't think she's trying to convince you. She's just having a conversation.
But not on this spot, Sig. Is that okay?
So here's what we're
Because
gonna do.
you said pick a city, any city, and I'm thinking like, then I was like, you know what? I should pick Atlanta because that's Sig. I'm just saying, Sig, come on. Sig, come on. Let's have a conversation, Sig.
We're having a conversation, but what I'm saying is the way the rest of the world works is if you make a positive claim, the burden of proof is on you.
I know that,
I'm gonna
but
hold
this
myself
is
to the same standard. So
yes,
if
Sig,
you ask me for evidence, I'm gonna be
went into one specific thing, and she had a bigger body to lay out. Now, here's the thing, to answer your question though, in the black population of Alpharetta is 10.9%, which represents 7,410 people. Black
So
people
that
in Alpharetta.
what ordinances or what rules or what laws, whatever you want to call them,
What she just said about the covenants, about the HOA housing covenants. There's a reason why those population densities are different in those areas.
Okay, so here's the thing, and the reason why I ask questions, because I want to understand, because I live in a city that's 2% black, but there's nothing stopping anybody. So in my situation, I'm looking like, okay, I live in a 2% black city, but there's no rules, there's no nothing stopping anybody, because I was able to move into the neighborhood and there was zero issues, along with the black family that's down the street with me, there's no issues. So what I want to understand, there's no...
The reason why it's the minority is because of those covenants. Do you have HOA?
No, I don't have any HOAs.
Okay, that's okay. That's a different. Then I'll say that's
why.
Scenario.
Okay, bro, that's why. Because where I live at, I don't see it. So when you tell me that it exists everywhere, I'm trying to get a thorough understanding of where you're coming from, and I want to be able to fact check to see what you're saying is true. Why? Because I have these arguments all the time, and what typically people tend to do is just throw out broad general statements, and it always comes to this: when I ask for a little bit more detail just to make sure what they're saying is true, it turns into that.
Right. Well, the only reason why you might get that pushback, bro, is because they'll be in the middle of trying to articulate a bigger point, and then by you going deep dive into one specific point, it distracts their whole mindset from what they were trying to just get out, and the struggle becomes, I'm just trying to land my plane and finish what I was saying, so it becomes really frustrating.
Then the point is, Cypher, these people aren't ready to have a conversation, because if you're questioning me and you're trying to gain a better understanding of what I'm explaining to you, I want you to ask questions. I want you to deep dive so that way you can fact check for yourself and see for yourself. That's reasonable, bro. And if you're not ready to do that, Cypher, you shouldn't be having the conversation, because people want to understand your point and make sure what you're saying is true. People want to be able to fact check.
And to that point, the World Population Review says Atlanta, Georgia's population in 2025 includes 46.92% Black or African Americans, 39.89% are white, 4.98% are Asian, and smaller percentages for other races.
Okay,
So in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, yes, they are a majority. But in those other areas where those covenants are pervasive, that's the reason why there's a smaller population in those rural areas or those other passive income, housing, or all kinds of stuff. And that's what she was trying to unpack in a bigger consensus. But when you focus on
if I wanted to pack up and move,
it kind of distracted from what she was trying to say.
okay, so if I wanted to pack up and move to that very specific city or area that you guys gave in this example, what would stop me? Give me specific. I applied for a loan, I get approved for the loan, and I want to buy a house. What would stop me from being able to buy a house in that area and reside in that area?
HOA covenants, their due diligence.
What specifically? So I'm not familiar
So
with HOA, so I'm trying to understand.
you can run into, and it's for everything. So what I'm saying is the general consensus was not tied down to these detailed specifics. But what you can run into,
so I can understand.
no, you can't do that. You can't do that, Sig, because if you're not a mortgage banker like the way I was, because I've been a mortgage banker since 2007, bro.
Okay.
So I understand this. And the thing is that but here's the thing, Sig, I'm giving you a broad overview. No one has the bandwidth.
I don't want to oversay because I need to understand.
Well, no, but Sig, what you're doing is you're trying to delegitimize what I'm saying as a broad overview because you want to go into the weeds. No, Sig, not that. It's not just that. There's a bigger picture that's trying to be articulated, but you want to go into these little points that you yourself don't know anything about, and it distracts from the bigger conversation.
Questions, Cypher, to get a better understanding.
And that's cool, but let's get to the bigger picture and then go back. But because most people go, Sig, most people go into the bigger issue, they get out what they're trying to say first, and then they go into those specifics.
So again, I'm asking to understand, because here's the thing. What happens is when you compound a bunch of points on top of each other and the person can't understand, it gets lost. So we need to take this step by step, because A, I've never lived in an
So okay, just keep in mind. Hold on, just keep in mind that I'm asking specifically for Marietta, the specific location you guys brought up. What would stop me, a black man with a black family, from moving into there? What problems would arise based on the color of my skin from me trying to relocate there?
Are you going to allow me to answer?
When you answer, just keep that in mind. That's the information I'm trying to gather from you.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. Okay, so what you could run into, because if you don't know Alpharetta or Marietta, these are big ass places, and they have a lot of different HOA covenants in different zones, different areas. Okay, so what you could run into is that you could run into covenants that exclude you, not particularly because of your race per se. It's not that overt. But let's go even deeper. When you're applying for a loan, you know what mortgage bankers look at, what underwriters look at when they're running your background and all that other shit. They're looking at your education, your time on the job, how much savings you have, your DTI, all of these different things. But what they don't tell you is where did you live at, because your social security tells you your race, your color, what year you were born, and and if you go even deeper, what is your propensity for crime? What is your propensity based off of where you lived at? If I even go apply for a loan, just for a business loan, right? And they're doing their background, they're doing their due diligence, they're looking at your zip code. Your zip code to them will tell you, oh, you live in a crime-ridden area, but you make this money. We won't qualify you for a loan. Oh, you want to appraise your house, okay? If they see some black faces in the house, or if it's known to an appraisal company that this is a black-owned home, you might fuck up. You might, even though the comps would say that the home is worth, let's say, $700,000, we're going to only value it at $500,000. If you're trying to move into a certain community and they're doing background checks and they do find out that you're black, they won't necessarily tell you it's because they want only a certain minority level of black people in their community. They will make other concessions. So what I'm saying is, it's not the racism just because it's not as overt, and that's what she was saying earlier. It's because, and we were saying earlier, just not because it's not boldly in your face doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it doesn't have the same impact. And I think that's where your dissonance comes in, is because you have blinders on, because you live next to these same people that call you nigger at the dinner table, and you think that you're being accepted because they smile at you and wave at you when you leave your house.
Okay, so here's the thing. On that last point you made, even if they smile and call me nigger behind my back, it's way better than when I was living in Detroit around 85% people that look like me, and they were breaking into my home. They were breaking into my car. They were robbing me at gunpoint. They were stealing the wheels off of my car. Okay, they were stealing my catalytic converters. I had the years, over a decade, I've lived in 85% plus white neighborhoods, and I've never done that. So I'd rather be called a nigger than go through all that pain than living with people that look like me. Okay, so that's point number one. Secondly is that I've never heard of your social security being used against you. Okay, I understand back in the day that, yeah, your social security had those certain markers and indicators, but from my understanding of social security numbers, they don't hold that anymore. They don't do that anymore. Okay, it hasn't been done like that for a very long time.
When did they tell you that?
Because when I had these conversations with people like you who told me that, and I went and looked it up and researched, the research said that that used to be the fact, but now it's not. Your social security number.
What did you source?
Your you see how you're asking me for questions? Oh, it's just out there.
I'm doing the exact same thing.
I gotta look at it. But when I looked it up, it said that's how it started. But that hasn't been done for a long time. Now, the only thing that your social security number is going to reveal is the location that you were born. But again, if we use common sense, where I was born at 42 years ago has no bearing on where I'm at now and where I'm trying to go now. So that kind of doesn't, using just basic logic and common sense, it wouldn't make sense right now. You see what I'm saying? I
should definitely talk. I'm doing an aviation deal in South America with EHang. I don't know if you're familiar with them, Chinese trading company. So that's a different conversation for another day. I'd be interested in getting your, because I'm doing due diligence right now as we speak. Before I got on the phone, so I'm doing back research. But so you don't have any specialties in financing or these particular topics?
Nah, not at all. I'm just your average blue collar worker guy, bro.
You know what, brother? I can appreciate that. I wouldn't say that you're an average blue collar working person because the average blue collar person doesn't have a background in aviation and that technology. So salute to that. That being said, though, Sig, there's a lot to unpack. That's why I'm with some people are giving you some information. I can understand the reason why you're asking more pointed questions, right? And it seems like you're very analytical, man, because you would have to go through a lot of compliance and regulations and a lot of due diligence to even do what you do on the level of aviation is concerned. So I understand that.
No, it's not about that, brother. It's just growing up on the streets of Detroit. All motherfuckers are trying to stick you for your paper, so you gotta learn. You gotta ask questions.
I mean, I know, bro. I've been to the mile.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been to the D. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, bro. I'm 44.
Okay.
I understand, bro. We in the same boat, same different.
Another thing, Cypher two is what I'm gonna come at you is that all my life, well, not all my life, but I'll feel you. And I haven't really shared this too much because I don't get too personal. You seem like you're a pretty decent guy. We can have a chill combo. My grandmother was very, very close with Malcolm X. My aunt used to watch his kids. All right. We have close ties with Wilfred, which is Malcolm's brother. His wife. My grandmother was actually at the Audubon ballroom when he got shot, and I saw the dress with his blood on it. And the Time and People magazines, with her picture in it, the day that he was shot, when he was murdered. So I come from that Muslim NOI background where I read the story of Yaqub. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when I was 8 years old. I was told about what to look out for, that white people aren't in your best interest and they're racist and this and that. So this was my childhood growing up and hearing this, right? And I believed it, Cypher, until I actually got out here in the real world and I realized that I had been lied to. Okay, so when it comes to these claims of racism and being held back and watch out for white people, white supremacy, to me, I'm not falling for that trap anymore because I realized that the white people I was told to be afraid of have actually been in my corner, helped me start a business, gave me a building to start my business and rent free. Okay, in the Marine Corps, and you know the Marine Corps is like 80%, 85% white males. All my leadership, my captains, my chief sergeants, all that stuff, all those guys were all white guys, and all them white guys in my unit, they actually propped me up and got behind me to where I picked up E5 sergeant in less than 3 years, which is pretty much unheard of. Okay, so all these stories I've been told about the evils of white people, I get out here actually into the real world, and white people have done nothing but been in my corner. But these same black people that are telling me to look out for white people, those are the same black people. Cypher, that if you look at my PTR, that's my cousin right there. Got shot in the back of the head while he was driving the cab to put food on the table for his family. And it wasn't white people that shot and killed him. It was two black boys, 14 and 15. I've got about 6 or 7 other obituaries in my photo album of family members who were killed, not by white people, but by other black people. Okay. Also, like I told you, I've been robbed at gunpoint twice. Okay, I got a gun put to my head twice, not by white people, but black people. My house broken into. Imagine being an 8-year-old kid and you come home with your mom and your door's fucking kicked in and you walk in the house and it's ransacked and you don't know if somebody's inside with a weapon that's gonna fucking hurt you. That's a very, very traumatic experience to go through. And it wasn't white people that gave me that fucking experience, Cypher. So again, you have a right to feel how you feel and think the way that you think. I'm not knocking you for that. But the reason why I dig deep and ask questions is because I've heard this story before and it turned out that it was a lie. So that's why I'm very, very cautious on what I accept as truth and what I reject. And that's why I try to give the benefit of the doubt and ask questions to make sure that you know what you're talking about and that it actually makes sense.
And I can dig that, Sig, and I don't have a problem
same time frame and worked with the Kennedy administration specifically, right? So there's some things, there's some connections. There's some connections that we were to have a side conversation. We would probably know a lot of same similar people. My homegirl just turned 50 today, and Tiani was named by Betty Shabazz, right? So I understand, but here's the thing: people kill people in proximity to each other. This isn't unique to Black Americans. In fact, the most murderous people in the antiquity are white folks. They kill populations of human beings and extinct animal populations as well. They pollute the earth, and they've done more egregious shit on this earth than any other population of people. Now, there are some people that compel, that can be compared. You can go into your Genghis Khans and different motherfuckers, but I mean, honestly, generally speaking, there's no comparison to them to us when it comes to violence and crime, rape and everything else, deadbeat daddies and everything else, right? So a lot of our issues are impacted by racism. And as we were talking about the HOAs and those covenants, because you said you didn't know and you asked for specific details, I'll read this to you, brother. Check this out. And then after I do this back and forth with you, Sig, if I could ask you for a favor, would you mind bringing Dr. Goddess back up if you guys can continue y'all's back and forth? I did enjoy that, and I hope that y'all pick up where y'all left off. It's your room, you do what you want to do, but that's just something I would ask that you consider if you could, right?
Yeah, here's the thing. I have no problem with that, but what I'm not going to tolerate is the disrespect. I
understand.
I make it my business that when I go in other people's room cipher and they're modded up and I'm not, first of all, I'm not yelling and screaming at them. I'm not over talking them. I respect the hierarchy in their room, and I can have a lot of people that can vouch for me that that's my reputation on this app.
No, I get it.
I don't tolerate the disrespect. And Dr. Goddess knows because I've been nothing but graceful with her in my stages and in my spaces. And again, second thing is I'm not taking no lip off no fucking woman. So call me misogynistic, chauvinistic, sexist. I'll take all the names, but yeah, I don't allow people to talk shit to me that wouldn't stand a chance to physically back it up. So it is what it is. You know, I don't give a fuck what you call me. The shame tactics don't work on me, but I'm not gonna fucking happen. So she needs to agree to that. Yeah. She needs to agree to that. As a woman, she needs to be in her feminine and respect it. If she can stay her ass down in the kitchen. Alright. So if you can agree to that, if you can agree to that in the chat, then I'll be more than happy to bring her up. If not, and then she can sit and listen and enjoy the chat. But go ahead, tell you if I'm listening, bro.
Okay, so a deeper dive into the HOA thing, and this goes into the deeper understanding of what we're talking about, but because we focused on that, I wanted to hone in on it. And I appreciate you telling me what your level of understanding is about that, because this is an opportunity for us both to learn and get some updated information, right? But the restrictive housing companies are legally binding clauses in property deeds and prohibit non-white, particularly Black Americans, from owning or occupying properties in certain neighborhoods, effectively enforcing racial segregation. These covenants, often enforced by developers, real estate brokers, and homeowners, were a key tool in preventing Black families from building wealth through home ownership, contributing significantly to the present racial wealth gap and segregated living patterns seen today. Though declared illegal and enforceable in 1948, which means that you had untold years of it actually being legal, and then again in the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is another 20 years, their legacy continues to shape housing inequality. How they work: legal clauses. Covenants were written directly into property deeds, creating legally enforceable restrictions on who could buy or rent a home. Neighborhood segregation. Developers and real estate agents use covenants to create and maintain white communities, advertising properties based on their exclusion of non-white residents, wealth building barriers, by locking Black families out of desirable neighborhoods and opportunities for home ownership. Covenants prevented them from building intergenerational wealth, a primary way for Americans to accumulate wealth. Excuse me, I'm having a bit. presidentially, okay. Even though restrictive housing covenants were outlawed decades ago, their legacy continues to cause significant harm to black families and communities today in 2025. The presented impacts are a result of historical racial segregation and wealth inequality, which created the ripple effect across generations. The racial wealth gap and home ownership gap. If you want me to go into that, I can. They go into the persistent divide, depressed home values, like I talked about earlier, and higher costs. So the persistent divide, restrictive covenants, and other discriminatory practices like redlining significantly depressed black community ownership, black home ownership rates, and prevented the accumulation of generational wealth. In the fourth quarter of 2024, relevant, the home ownership rate for black Americans was just 46.4% compared to 74.4% for white Americans. Depressed home values. Properties in historically redlined segregated black neighborhoods are still significantly devalued today compared to identical homes in historically covenant white neighborhoods. Research on properties in Minneapolis and Philadelphia confirms that the geography of historical barriers to black home ownership correlates with adverse economic conditions in those same areas today. Higher costs. A 2025 report from the National Association of Realtors, NAR, reveals that black home ownership still faces a higher housing cost burden in 39 states compared to their white counterparts, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Entrenched residential segregation. Neighborhood inequality and racial segregation established by covenants and other policies remain entrenched into many American cities. This segregation means black communities are more likely to have less access to vital resources like well-funded schools, quality health care, and environmental amenities such as parks and trees. Disproportionate health effects. Environmental injustice, is another legacy of discriminatory housing policies, and this also goes to recent claims against in Texas, I think it was with Tesla recently. Historically segregated black neighborhoods often contain more environmental hazards such as highways, landfills. Studies found that formerly redlined areas tend to be hotter than non-redlined areas, and residents suffer from higher rates of chronic illnesses like asthma and heart disease. Continuing discrimination, modern hurdles. While covenants are no longer legal, black Americans continue to face other forms of housing discrimination. A 2025 report found that black Hispanic mortgage applicants face significantly higher mortgage denial rates than white and Asian applicants. Erosion of fair housing. Recent proposals including those in the conservative policy document Project 2025, have been criticized by civil rights advocates for attempting to weaken fair housing protections. Proposed policies include ending reforms designed to address racial bias in home appraisals and gutting the affirmative furthering fair housing rule. Efforts to address the legacy, the policy, and advocacy. Organizations like the Thurgood Marshall Institute and the National Fair Housing Alliance, NFHA, continue to advocate for stronger housing protections and push back against policies that would roll back fair housing gains. Community recognition. In many areas, mapping and research initiatives are working to identify and acknowledge where racially restrictive covenants were used. While enforceable, their practices and property records serve as a reminder of intentional nature of passive segregation. Some states have also passed legislation makes it harder for homeowners to remove the racist provisions from their deeds. Now, here's one little quick thing I'll add to it, though, right? You know what? In my PTR, there's $50 billion in black money, right? At that table. You have Franklin County Treasurer's Office at that table and her deputy. You also have the guy, the bald head, big-time real estate investor who's also working on private schooling and private housing solutions. Myself, I work with affordable housing development in Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta, Georgia, Sunday, Houston, Texas, and in Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin, South America. exists, there's people like myself and others who are in concert with each other, in constant communication, enacting solutions to the problem. So despite racism, there are still people looking to jump that hurdle and overcome those challenges. We're not destitute. It's just that a lot of people don't have the brains, the resources, or the means, or the imagination to enact viable, consistent, and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sustainable change, right? I've been a part of gentrification projects, $90 million in Norfolk, Virginia. I've been a part of a lot of little different scenarios, and I know these things fairly well. My aunt was also part of the fair housing situation in Columbus, Ohio, and I worked with Chase, and I worked with mortgage bankers, and I've seen these practices. I've seen when Zillow was first popping on, how they were, valuing these homes and what comps were in a 3 mile or 3 block district, right? We've looked at what gerrymandering and districting is included, which is centered around housing, and we looked at how gentrification is centered around the school systems, which was attacked in all of these points that I just named earlier. So racism is embedded, and it's hard to see it because it's so in your face. You can't see it. If I were to say, hey, show me your hand, put your hand in front of your face and pull it back, you can see the details of lines better. If I were to tell you to put your hand on your face, you probably couldn't see anything, right? So it's the same way with racism, which is a white invention. This stuff is in existence, and it still has a previous impact that's still rippling out today, but it's still an active practice that's going on in a different form. And that's what this is to us telling you. Now, we're not saying that we should be afraid of this. I think that Black Americans, I don't give a damn if we need, maybe we need more oppression, whatever it takes for us to say, you know what, I finally had enough. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to go out and get a gun and start shooting innocent white people. That's dumb. But maybe we should be more racist. Maybe we should be more nepotist. Maybe we should include our exchange our system.
How about we just stop having, because we understand the stats that when you have kids out of wedlock and you have kids before you're financially stable, it's going to cause a lot of detriment later on the road. It's going to be a lot harder for you to rebuild yourself. Why does it have to go to this? Why can't we start first? Say, hey, maybe you know what? Let's start getting married before we have kids and actually start raising our kids in a two-parent household. Because all that money you just pointed out your PTR cipher and you yourself, what stopped? How come it didn't stop you guys and all those wonderful black people in your PTR?
Well, a couple of us in that PTR.
Then that proves my point even more.
A couple of us are felons. A couple of us, myself included, are felons.
Yeah, so
right?
You guys get an even harder hurdle is having
absolutely.
to your resume.
Absolutely, and I have a federal and 2 state ones. So, and I've been home 19 years.
Okay, and then you made so what? So then.
And I'm a retired nigger. Bro. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. It's a mind shift, right? It's a mind shift. Now, guess what? I had to go to jail to find some of that. I had to go through shit most motherfuckers couldn't survive to get. Most of my peers could not survive what I went through. And half of my peers are dead and in jail. Half of my peers are married for 20 plus years, very successful, and are good, tax-paying, law-abiding people. Genuinely.
Do you see how goofy it looks that you're trying to make all these excuses? Yet, brother, you have one of the
I'm not making excuses, though.
Overcome with a felony attached to your and kudos to you for
Jay, I'm not making excuses, brother.
But
I'm literally not making excuses. I'm speaking from an expert experience. The difference between a reason and an excuse is 2 different things, right? Now, if I was just saying, oh, we can't do it because of this, that is an excuse. I would agree. I'm saying, despite all of this,
listening to you read.
Well, I went into one of the details. Remember?
I'm not complaining about it, but what I'm saying is, me sitting here listening to you, all that was excuses. Was that because this is So it's really hard for me to digest all that stuff when you and me are kind of in the same fucking boat, brother. Yeah. And it was a mindset. And next thing you know, once we change our mindset, everything started falling in place. So why can't we expect our fellow Black Americans to do the same thing before we start blaming race? How about we change our mindset first? Because there's a lot of fucked up shit we have in our community. A couple things we can start doing. Buying life insurance. That's going to set up generational wealth. And you got to be honest, a lot of us don't invest in life insurance. We don't.
A lot of us don't know to invest in it.
Right. So then we got to educate ourselves. How about
that's what I do? I have over 1,000 followers in my Facebook group, and I fed the community for free since 2019, January 2019. I've literally spent thousands of dollars on feeding the community, and the caveat was it's called Such Is Life. Life stands for Life and Financial Education. They would come into the room, they get some food. You don't just get the food and leave. You got to sit down and eat. If you stay till the end, we divvy up the food, and then you can leave. But there's a panel, mainly Black women, that were sitting there telling these people on how to start a business, about life insurance, about all of these different things, right? And I had a 360 camera live streaming it on Facebook.
Okay, so then these people that you've re-educated, are they doing better or doing worse since you've given them that?
Most of them are. Most of them are.
Doing better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
most of them are.
Stay with me on this. Walk with me. So if education and stuff that matters, what you said, and like I said, brother, I got nothing but respect for you turning your life around and then taking what you learned and helping other people. My hat's off to you.
Likewise for you. Same to you, bro. For sure.
So then right there, you're showing me proof, Cypher, that it was a change of mindset, and then you took your change of mindset, you started educating other people, and now they're doing better. Is it reasonable to say, hey, let's try that before we blame the white man? Let's see what results happen from that first. The path you took and the path I took. Let's see if we can make a difference that way. Can we try that first before we start blaming everybody?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And some of these people are programmed to be victims. I'm not taking anything away from that. And there's a difference. I have to reiterate this point because there's a difference because you use the word excuse where there was no excuses being made. Because here's the thing. Excuse is the absence of accountability and responsibility. A reason is to explain while accepting accountability and responsibility as to why or the intention behind the actions, right? Because those people can be reformed. There are some amongst us that can't be reformed because they refuse to be reformed. Right?
You can't say
exactly. There is a reprobate mindset that exists in every ethnic group. Now, keep in mind, with all this change and shit, I got a nice C300. I'm driving, and this is in the last year, 4 times I got pulled over in Ohio and in Kentucky driving because they said my windows were tinted. I don't have rims on my car, so tinted windows are legal. I'm just in a black on black fucking Mercedes Benz driving down the highway, driving recklessly, getting pulled over, and the one evasion, I rolled down all my windows, was fully compliant, and speed property
Bye.